You want me to switch the overlay?
You're live.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here to NASA Kennedy Space Center. We are just 3 miles away from Launch Complex 39B, where the Space Launch System is now fully fueled and in replenish mode. The astronauts are currently in their crew suit-up period as they prepare to get ready to drive by us here at the NASA Kennedy Space Center press site and board the Orion capsule. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the launch pad, and thank you so much for joining us for really one of our biggest broadcasts. This is hands down the biggest broadcast we've ever done. So a huge thank you to Magnus, my production director, the TLP crew for helping make this possible, and Live View and Lens Rentals for partnering with us to make this possible. Bear with us if we have some hiccups along the way. We haven't gone to the moon in 52 years, so there's going to be some bugs that we learn along the way, but we're glad to have you joining us live here. If it's your first time, as always, welcome here at TLP. It's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you joining us live here today. Take a moment, let me know in the chat where you're watching from, and we'll do some shout outs there. And as always, if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging me at the Launchpad, and I'll do my very best on answering those live. We are juggling keeping up to date with the updates from NASA, monitoring the weather, and the chat. So we're excited to have you all joining us here. If you could let us know in the chat how the audio is as well. If you can hear me, bear with me with the wind. We are working through it. Normally we would have vertical rockets. It's a little windy. We don't want them flying, so they are in a horizontal position at this time. But lots of people just jumping in the chat. We've got Andrew watching from Liverpool. Welcome. LS Moto is in Germany. We got Hedge from the UK. We got the Coeds from Arizona. David is in Oregon. We got Just from Turkey. Audio is good. Sounds great. Awesome. Lunar is watching from Kansas. It's great to have you all joining us live here today. If you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream, invite people to join us as we are counting down an incredible just 5 hours, 6 minutes and counting till liftoff of the Space Launch System. That is the opening of tonight's 2-hour launch window. 80% go for launch based on the current weather conditions. Crew are well into their suit-up period. Be keeping an eye on that to see as we get ready for them to roll out to the launch complex here today. Let me do one button here because we need that button. We were out here late into the evening, long past the sunset, and then back before the sun rose again here this morning, getting everything ready. It is amazing to be out here. First and foremost, a huge thank you to NASA PAO, the work that they have put in the months leading up to this, but especially over this last week, getting everyone here out in the field. It is incredible to see what they're managing, and we really appreciate the support that they've given us, getting us on and off base as much as they have. L-minus 5 hours, 5 minutes, 22 seconds and counting. The crew are in their orange suits in the crew suit-up room. They currently aren't having their helmets, but the closeout crew is in there with them preparing. We do have our rocket chaser, Gavin, who... Bear with us. We have a helicopter flying like 200 feet above us. It's a moon rocket launch day. You never know what you're going to see. We had jets flying overhead earlier, so we're going to do our best to get that. You might be able to see it in one of the shots that we have, as we have a number of cameras displayed out here in the field, and we are just super excited to be out here bringing you, as best as we can, coverage of Artemis 2, and we're going to be taking your guys' live comments and questions. We're here to make your guys' launch experience better, so let us know what you want, what you need, and we've got 5 hours of excitement, maybe more, and that's only the beginning, as if we do see liftoff here tonight, that begins a 10-day mission around the moon, the first day staying in low Earth orbit, and then going into a high Earth orbit before that TLI burn 24 hours into the mission, and then we are locked in to flying 3 American astronauts, 1 Canadian astronaut around the moon. I'm just keeping an update here on everything. If you are happen to be from Canada, you might have seen me popping onto a few different news networks over the last few hours. I'm going to be jumping on and off as well during today's broadcast for that. But lots of people just jumping on. It's great to have you all joining us here. We got Sins from Australia. Alex is from Houston, Texas. We've got Andian from Colombia. We got Malin from Tanzania. Welcome. We got Chris Push in Romania saying good luck. We appreciate that. Great to have you joining us here. Darth says good evening from Manchester, UK. Carrie says Essex, UK as well. Lots of people jumping in all over the world. If you haven't yet, take a moment, let us know where you're watching from and share out the broadcast. It is a big day for human spaceflight, not just for America, for the world, as Artemis 2 lays the foundation for Artemis 3, a test flight that will see an Orion capsule dock with one or both of the HLS lunar landers. And then we will be into 2028, where we will hopefully see 2 of these launch vehicles fly 4 astronauts to the moon, with each having 2 astronauts actually descend to the lunar surface, beginning the implementation of a permanent moon base that the NASA administrator mentioned last week during the NASA ignition event, where they've really solidified a tighter timeline to returning to the surface and having a moon base by the end of the decade. See a question coming in from Alfie. If this launch window isn't viable, when is the next one? That is a great question. So we have backup windows all the way through April 6th this week. They do shift later and later into the evening, depending on the day. It seemed to be about an hour and a half to 2 hour shift later each day. So today and tomorrow are the 2 days that we hopefully, at the beginning of the window at least, have a daylight launch, which I know many of the photographers are hoping for. Our rocket chaser, Cameron, is behind the main camera right now, making sure we don't have cameras rained on. But he's got a ton of cameras out in the field, and they are set for daytime launch conditions, and that's what we're hoping for. We want to see this vehicle launch with the sun on it. We had Artemis 1, where we got to see the beautiful plumes of those SRBs, but now we want to see this vehicle fly in all its glory. If they don't launch by April 6th, which right now we're hopeful, we are hopeful, but we're ready for anything. This is not just a regular Falcon 9 with Starlink. This is a moon rocket carrying 4 people to deep space for the first time in 52 years. The things all have to go right. If they can't launch by the 6th, they do have another opportunity on April 30th. Now, we do expect that to be part of a longer window. Generally, each window we've had has been anywhere from 5 to 7 days. NASA at this time has not confirmed what the rest of those days are. They've only given us the April 30th window. April 30th also would be another daytime launch window. I see that coming in the chat from Alex there. The models laying down might not be the best. The thing is, they're better laying down than they are falling off the table. So that's why the models are laying down there. But you're not wrong. If the wind relaxes, we'll get them back vertical. I think that's probably a sign. If they're laying down, it might be a little too windy to launch. But if we can get them vertical, we might be able to have a launch here today. Now, I did hint to it earlier. I'm not alone, and I'm going to make him push buttons so that he has to be visible on the broadcast. It has to be seen. But the man, the myth, the legend behind every single button, you don't know how many probably miles of cables he has been running today to get everything working, is Magnus. You know him as Space Coast West. There he is. He's got all the gear, and he's making this possible. Magnus, how are you feeling?
Well, I guess it's afternoon right now. Good afternoon, everyone. We're joining you guys live from the press site here at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and we are just around 5 hours away from the launch of Artemis 2, the first moon launch in over 50 years. Right now, we're taking a look a little bit at the weather. I'm going to pull that up on screen. We have a couple cameras that we'd love to show you guys. We have a wide angle on your screen right now showing that it is a little bit of an overcast. As some of you might know, I'm a little bit familiar with those type of conditions based on West Coast, the West Coast weather. I can't confirm or deny if that was me bringing it here, but we'll see how things clear up. We do have around 5 hours till launch, And from what we're hearing, the weather is expected to clear up by then. But as you know, it's Florida. Weather can change in an instant. So we're looking forward to a launch. I'm hoping that there's a little bit of a clearer sky. As you see behind me, that's our tracking rig. You see a little bit of our equipment behind the scenes. But we're here, we're live, and we're trying to bring you the best coverage possible.
So you're here. It's a moon rocket launch. You've covered a bunch of Falcons. What are you most excited for tonight? What are you looking for?
Good question. Falcons are usually quite predictable in basically every essence. When we're covering Falcons out of Vandenberg, it's the same trajectory. Basically, everything is close enough within a couple of seconds. This is my first launch from Florida. It's my first launch here that involves a different rocket.
Second launch.
We did actually catch.
Get a Falcon.
We did catch a Falcon from 40. Is it 41 or 40?
40.
40.
It was a long day in the sun of interviews. You never knew what time it was.
We did catch the launch of Falcon. That was a spectacular launch. Got to test a little bit of our equipment, and now we're set up here on base, and hoping that this works out.
That is the big hope. We'll have it there. Do you guys have weather radar? Well, I'll see if that's something we can pull in. It might not be. We have an amazing problem. We have so many cameras, we can't actually plug all of them. Sorry, I thought I heard an overhead thing.
You know, as a matter of fact, we might just go through some of the cameras.
Why don't you take us through the shots that we do have?
Right now, on your screen is a live view of Zach. On your screen is me. I'm by the side of Zach, running our production equipment here. Everything is done via that. We do have a live view of the rocket, which shows everything, and then we have the telescope, which some of you might know from Vandenberg, positioned behind me, and we have a wide shot showing everything, hoping to see some of that there, and we have a clock shot. We do have other cameras and the ability to patch in more cameras as we go, and we'll do that if there's a need. We also do have the ability to pull up the NASA broadcast as needed. But as of now, we have, I think we've never operated with this amount of cameras ever before. So this is a big deal for us.
Absolutely. I think I did the math earlier, and I don't have the final count, but I think between the four of us, so Rocket Chasers, Cameron, Gavin, and Magnus, who is now Rocket Chaser production director, Luna driver, your CV is getting a little long, and then there's me. I think between the three of them, it's something like 30 cameras or something. I know Cameron put out like a dozen in remotes. Bear with me, the helicopter is coming back. It actually landed just over here the last couple of days. So likely it's so cool. The energy out here is just something you can't beat. We've got a clean line of sight to the balcony where you'll be seeing some of the NASA media do their interviews, likely with the administrator, and so we can kind of have an idea if they're getting ready to do something. But the energy, the fighter jets, the helicopters, the security, this is a very active base, but it has such a different energy from a regular crew launch to the space station. There is an excitement. I've never seen the press site as busy as it is. I think we have that wide shot. It really does just show that there's so much media that is here, and the fact that my phone hasn't stopped ringing off the hook for the last few hours of people wanting to talk about this mission, it really is exciting. On that note, I have a minute. You got to take over, or we might take a commentary break and look at the rocket because I've got to jump on a Canadian broadcaster. But stay with us. We're not going anywhere. We're counting down to the launch of Artemis 2. Stay with either Magnus or a live shot of the rocket right here on the launch pad.
All right. Good morning. I guess it's evening, afternoon. There's been a lot going on here. We've been operating here for the past, it's getting close to 11 hours or something like that now. So we're back. We woke up at 4 a.m., got around 30 minutes of sleep tonight in order to try to bring you guys the best production possible. So we're excited to try and share that with you guys here as we go. I'm going to pull up a live view of the rocket because that's what you guys truly are here for. Here's a split screen of the rocket. If you guys do have any questions, there goes Zach behind me. If you guys do have any questions, I will try to answer them to the best of my ability. I see some people asking how much time there is left until launch. Well, we have an L- scheduled for around 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 53 seconds while we count down here. Our clock should be synced, but the one that is on the press field is the one that is directly linked to mission control. We can expect to potentially see some holds here and there, simply because, again, this is a special launch. We haven't had a launch of the Space Launch System since it's been a couple of years. So we've been through 2 attempts now. They had an attempt in February. Zach has been here since then, where they experienced the hydrogen leak, and then we had the issue with the ICPS upper stage, which required a rollback in March. But as of right now, everything does appear to be looking really good. We haven't seen any issues. There is some issue potentially with the weather, but NASA is saying that we are 80% go for launch. So we will take that as we go. There has been a little bit of sprinkling, but from right now, the vehicle is completely fueled with liquid hydrogen, and they are preparing for that launch. At this point in time, the astronauts are suiting up in preparation for their launch, where their launch to the moon. Let's pull up that live feed. A little bit of multitasking here. NASA has a good feed there as they prepare for their rollout. The rocket in not too long from now, where we'll see astronauts Victor Glover, Christina Cook, Reed Isaac, I should be knowing this. Okay, and we have Jeremy Hansen. I should know the commander, but unfortunately I blanked there. A little bit of things going on. But as you see, they are getting ready for that walkout. They are fully suited up, and they are getting ready to roll to the pad in not too long. I see somebody correcting me, Reed Wiseman. Yes, I mix him up with Isaacman. They're similar names. Isaacman has been very active in NASA recently, so yeah. Right now, they are doing their pre-launch game with cards. This has been tradition for quite a while. So they're going to play a little bit game. You see the commander is playing there. There you have Wiseman, and that is tradition. And I don't know exactly how far that tradition stretches back, but it is. It's been for a while. There's multiple traditions that have been throughout since the Apollo era, and even stretches back to the Mercury era, including the astronauts generally having a meal of steak and eggs prior to launch. And as Zach gets back a little bit later in the broadcast, we will have a little bit of a segment explaining a little bit more of those. As always, we have that feed showing while there is something, and we're ready to pull up any of our cameras as needed. We might have to step away to double check that the batteries and everything is working. That is an advanced production here. We'll try to arrange so that we can see some feeds here. But again, we are a little bit limited. We are running a mixer here with multiple inputs, and we are out. We've been lucky enough to have a wide collection of cameras in order to cover this launch as good as possible. Our rocket chaser, Cameron, has multiple remote cameras that are positioned on the launch pad. So we'll see photos from inside the pad, inside the gate, and from multiple positions around the area. We also have our rocket chaser, Gavin, who's positioned down by the countdown clock, and he is going to be able to catch some amazing shots as we get closer to launch. With that, Zach is going to return eventually, and he'll be hosting us as we get closer to the T0 time. and I will be attempting to track this thing with our tracking scope, which has come all the way from California, and we're trying some new upgrades. First time we try to track something, I am not super confident based on how the cloud layer is looking. It does seem to appear that we are getting a little bit of a blue sky coming up in that trajectory. I would pull up the trajectory if I had the ability to do so, but running this production does come with a couple things as well. We are running this. Everything is being run from an analog and a production standpoint, so it's a first for us. But the goal is to bring as good production as possible, and we're really looking forward to covering and bringing you coverage for this launch in the next 4 hours and 47 minutes. We have, again, I have the chat in front of me. If there is any questions you would like answered, I will do the best of my ability to answer those. And once we have a program planned for you guys. My job is really just producing, and I guess talking every time Zach isn't here. He's an important guy, and a lot of people want to talk to him. So that leaves me here with y'all. But yeah, on my desk is our production equipment. We have a mixer, we have a splitter, and for our video, we have our Starlink positioned on our desk. Is a little bit out of frame. And yeah, we're really happy that we've been able to bring this coverage, and that is particularly due to LiveView, which has been it's been super incredible to work with them. So they have provided us with a box to be able to bring this to you guys. There is so many people here on the press site that running things just via Starlink is actually not possible. There is way too many people, and everyone is running off of a Starlink system, which obviously comes with a little bit of bandwidth limitations. As you see, there's that live view on your screen of the press site. You should be able to see that clock in the right-hand corner of your screen, and you should be able to see a wide shot of SLS there in the side. Again, we are not seeing any issues in regards to the launch. The vehicle is full, and the clock is still rolling. And it does appear to be a good launch to the moon for the first time. I do see some people talking about Luna. Unfortunately, this broadcast is not run on the Luna system. Luna is positioned in California and might be moving a little bit around depending on what is needed. But we simply didn't have enough time to get it ready for launch. There's a lot of equipment that goes into would be required for a van of that size. So everything here has just been set up on a couple tables, and we're running it via our live view. We have a Starlink providing some backup, and so far, I hope everything is going well. I see some people asking, Derek, you're asking, will they stream the whole 10 days? We don't know exactly yet. From what we have heard, they're going to be trying to provide as many live shots as possible, but being in space, they are limited to bandwidth. They're going far. The moon isn't, we look at the moon up in the sky and it looks like, yeah, it's not super far away, but the moon is far away. It's going to take them a couple days to get there, and as that, they have to obviously reserve the bandwidth for scientific things and communication. But judging based off of Artemis 1, they should be able to have a pretty good amount of bandwidth. These are upgraded systems over Apollo. I mean, the cell phone in your hand is a lot more powerful than the computers that ran the Apollo missions. So this is really the first moon mission with humans in 50 years, but it's also the first moon mission using 21st century technology, which is super incredible. And I'm really excited to see how they use that as we get closer to that launch. Some people are asking what time they're launching in different time zones. We have a launch for EST. It is still scheduled for 6:24 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That means it should be 5:24 Central Time and 4:24 Mountain Time, and then we should be seeing 3:24 Pacific Time for everyone in the U.S. Now, I've got some good news. The man is returning after some things, so we'll be able to throw him on air soon. But again, we have the ability to answer some questions. Right now, the trajectory here is based off of the time. We actually have different trajectories based off of when they're launching, what date. Certain of the dates, they'll be launching a little bit more north. Otherwise, we're going a little bit more south. And they have the ability to launch a little bit more equatorial. It's going to be pretty much straight to the east. So if you're located on the Florida Space Coast, it should just be going straight out towards the ocean, with a little bit depending on the window. I'm not entirely sure which one it is, because they have multiple ones in order to achieve the desired trajectory. This launch will be the third launch of the Orion capsule to space. The first launch of Orion was aboard a Delta IV Heavy a couple of years ago. When they demoed it, they launched it, and it completed approximately one orbit before splashing down in the Pacific Ocean, where it was recovered. And that Orion capsule is located in the museums here at Kennedy Space Center. The second one was obviously Artemis 1 a couple of years back as well, and that went to a different orbit. It went to an NRHO, I believe, and it came splashing down after nearly a month spent in close proximity to the moon. And we are back here again with yet a new Orion capsule, and that will be launching for the first time. Orions are special in the fact that they are able to technically be reused. They're building a couple of them, and they are intending on reusing them as they get close, as they complete a little bit more launches. I believe they will be starting with that, starting with Artemis 8 or 5. It's one of the two, but I think it's starting with Artemis 8. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Zach, who is back and ready, and he's going to take over.
I believe it's 8 as well, but also all plans went out the window last week with ignition, so I don't think anything... I printed these wonderful books of notes that NASA had prepared for us, and most of it's out of date as of last week. So I do have things we can talk about if you want to know more about the RS-25 or the SRBs. Thank you so much for covering there. Jumped on a radio show in Canada talking about this, and it's really cool to get to just share Artemis 2 with more people, as many people are really just learning about it. So if you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream, let people know. I'm going to do the quick shot plug. We're going to do the YouTuber thing every now and again. We have some incredible rocket photography that's been done by our rocket chasers. Some of the pictures are up on the shop. But when I tell you, once we have liftoff, you're going to want to see the pictures on the shop from pre-launch and post-launch. You're going to want to check it out. So make sure you stay tuned to our social media to get updated when those photos come out. And while you do, you can pick yourself up an SRB rocket tumbler, because who doesn't want to drink out of a solid rocket booster? Comes in 2 sizes. These are something we're producing, and it's the first of many. So definitely take a moment, check that out, and we'll be working on getting those shipped out as we continue. And all that goes into making this possible. We've gone all in on gear for this production, and that's only thanks to your guys' generous support of watching, of sharing, as well as our members. I know you're used to normally having the member bar. It's a special day, so we did want to keep this as clean as possible for all of you. But a huge thank you to all of our members. You make this possible. For me to be down here, it's been 2 months, went home for a week, and now I'm down here and then off to Houston. And this is just the start of an incredibly busy year. And really an incredibly busy month. There is a chance that in April alone, and this is no April Fool's Day joke, we could see the Space Launch System, Starship, New Glenn, and Falcon Heavy all launch in the same month. And yes, Falcon Heavy is coming back online. It's been a while since we've had one, and we're excited to see her actually launch from 39A, just a couple miles from where SLS is on the pad. I did see a question come in a little bit earlier. What are your thoughts on the proposed nuclear mission to Mars? Think we might see the birth of nuclear tugs for Earth to Moon transport. There's not a lot known about SR1 Freedom is the mission. I believe they said they're going to be repurposing the PPE stage from the Gateway for it is one thing they're considering. So there's a lot of design work that has to go into it over the next couple of months. And by June, they're going to select a builder and designer, and we'll get some updated graphics. And I think that's when we'll have a better idea what this mission will hopefully look like. I think it's really exciting to be looking at doing nuclear propulsion and nuclear power. It's something that I think we do need long run if we want to go live on Mars and expand past that. But it's also something that we need to be very careful with. You don't want to have an accident with one of those. You want to make sure you're doing it correctly. So lots to follow along with in the future.
And we are actually just observing here. The astronauts are preparing for their walkout. We are pulling up that feed on your screen as soon as possible. And as it's confirmed that they walk out, I'm going to move a couple cameras so that we might be able to spot them as they move past here.
What a exciting moment. I know our one of our rocket chasers, Gavin's down there. See if y'all can spot him. I'm so jealous. I'm excited just to see them here, and I will say, I know we're here to broadcast this for you, but I've told Magnus and I there are moments that we will take a pause and just take in that moment together, and I think them driving by might be that moment we cut to a camera so you guys can see them and we take it in. This is not just a space station crew or a low Earth orbit crew like we've seen with the Polaris program and Inspiration 4, which are all incredible crews and missions. This is a crew that's about to go to the moon and go further than we ever did in Apollo. And it's also not necessarily like an old crew. I think it's very possible we see many of these crew members fly on future Artemis missions. 3 out of the 4 have flown before. The Canadian is he's never going to want to go to low Earth orbit. He's starting off with a moon mission. He's going all in. He mentioned that when they landed at the shuttle landing facility just a few miles off from us here, that everyone else knows how to live in zero gravity. He's going to get up there and he's just going to be floating chaotically around the Orion spacecraft. But he's super excited for that opportunity and to represent Earth on its way. Many of you probably submitted your names to fly aboard Orion. They completed that SD card download, and they actually have inserted it into the zero-G gravity indicator, which they revealed to us at the shuttle landing facility during crew arrival. Rise. It was designed by I believe a second grader from California. It's a little Earth with a hat, Earth-like shape with a hat of Earth, and it's like a moon. And it's really cool that on the bottom of it they put a place that they could put that SD card that is carrying just over 5 million names as part of this mission, which is just incredible to get to be part of it. Alex asks, can those be found at the KSC Visitor Center gift shop? Not yet, but if someone has a contact, we can make it happen. We would love to have that. Lots of people jumping in. Launch today, or is it April Fool's? Ask me again in 4 hours and 34 minutes. I'm keeping a close eye on the screen here, and I do have a hair of a delay on my feed, but we are awaiting the walkout of the Artemis 2 crew.
And the doors are opening here.
Here we go. History in the making.
And here we go.
There they are.
In the front, you have Wiseman and Glover. And on the left, you have Jeremy Hansen. And on the very right, you have mission specialist Christina Cook. And these people are about to go to the moon. This is absolutely incredible.
The orange suits are back.
Yeah, we haven't seen the orange suits since the the space shuttle era. And the purpose of them was in order to be visible in the event of an emergency egress mid-flight. So not that that's going to be needed now, but it is nice to see those suits make a return. It's absolutely incredible.
There's some amazing traditions from Apollo and Shuttle that are being maintained. About 48 hours ago, we did see the crew got their Corvettes. and they drove them out to the pad. They drove and saw their family in the Space Coast area while maintaining their quarantine. But let's just take in these visuals of the Artemis 2 crew taking a moment with their family, saying their goodbyes, and we'll see you soon in 10 days. Knowing they might just have to do this all again tomorrow, that's part of it. And they've gone through this, but I know that all of the crew were very excited that their family actually got to quarantine them, or most of their family got to quarantine with them this entire time, so they weren't as separated as during Apollo and many of the shuttle missions where you had to see each other across a valley or roadway, or a lot more limited interaction. But this is a big moment for all of them. You can see there Jeremy Hansen doing some signaling to his family. All of them, it looks like, having some signs that they're doing. And you can just see the smiles across their face. This crew is ready to go. They've been training for years. They are an incredible crew. Behind them, they have a specialized van that'll be taking them past here at the visitor complex. At the VAB and the press site, not the visitor complex. And out to Launch Complex 39B. We've got lots of people running over to the side of the road as we await for them to drive by here, probably about 10 or 15 minutes or so from now. So we will keep an eye on that. They're definitely taking their time with their family to enjoy these moments, soak up these moments, and let the world see. It is, wow, what a moment. We have a moon crew getting ready to head to the pad.
And as you can see, we have those astronauts making their goodbyes here. They are ready to go into the Astro van, which is actually a repurposed Boeing Starliner van. They have luckily been able to. It's being used now. It hasn't been getting too much use before that, so luckily it's getting a little bit of use now, and it's going to be launching astronauts to the moon, which is a good use of the van itself. All right. As these people prepare to get into the Astro van, I will go and move some of our cameras so that they show the van as it passes by to head to the SLS rocket, which is only about 3 miles away. And there is a tripod currently falling down. But it looks like they have some sort of control.
I see a couple super chats just came in there. Apologies, we're condensing in our stream. So if you are just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad and our historic live launch coverage of Artemis 2 here from the NASA Kennedy Space Center press site. If you're just joining us, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad Network, and we are watching the Artemis 2 crew say their see you soons to their family as they get ready to board the Artemis 2 transport and drive past us here at the press site and head out to the Space Launch System rocket, which is now fully fueled and basically ready to fly. It's just awaiting its crew. You can see some final waves happening here. People taking every moment that they can. Lots of air hearts and air hugs. And they're going to be getting on board here in just a moment's time. There's a lot of people starting to line the road here on both sides, of VIPs, of media, invited guests, as we are excited to wave and cheer them on. And when they do get just over here, we will take a pause and hopefully aim a camera for you guys to see them. But I'm excited to take in that moment and cheer on that moon crew as they head out to the pad. But yeah, if you're just joining us, welcome here. Take a moment, engage the like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us. We are counting down 4 hours, 30 minutes to count down to launch of the Space Launch System. We do have some clouds, but it has stopped spitting like it has over the last few hours. The wind, it's still there, but it doesn't seem to be just at that criteria that would be a risk of violation. And there they go. The crew has boarded the Astrovan, the new Astrovan, and the door is closed. And the crew is getting ready to begin their journey out here to the pad. Lots of people just jumping on the chat. Alex says, does the Space Launch System have a launch escape system? It does, and I know I'm a bit far away, but that's why we have models, and we can point those things out to them. Our SRBs, the real SRBs, don't just fall apart with stands, but we do have a launch escape system here at the tip of the rocket. Orion is down below, so if at any point, once they arm that flight terminations, the launch escape system, they can pull Orion away. Now, the core stage does have a flight termination system as well, should that be required, but of course that would only be after the flight termination system has been activated out on the coast. Catching up there in the questions in the chat. Frodo, did you move to Florida? I have not, as of yet, moved here. I was down here for a little bit. I went back home with some personal family stuff, but do hope to be back down here one day, and we will see how that goes. You can see some videos there of NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman and some other VIPs there waving the crew on as we get ready for them to begin their journey here out to the launch complex. Fab asking, do you believe the Artemis plans will lead to delays? I think we have an incredible administrator leading the charge of tens of thousands of workers here at NASA and the agency's partners around the world. And from the people I've talked to over the last few days, people really do believe that we can make these timelines that the administrator laid out. Now, there's always the chance for delays. We only fly when things are safe and ready to do so. And that is ultimately what they will do. But we have some incredible timelines we hope we get to keep. And that would mean 2 lunar landings in 2028 and the beginning of a moon base with a permanent presence on the moon, possibly beginning as early as 2030. Alex, where is Bill Nelson? That's a great question. I don't know if the former administrator is going to be here on site. See, that's why we had them laying down. There we go. Nice and safe. I'm not sure if Bill Nelson will be here on site. I'm sure there are many special invited guests that have been part of this. Keep in mind, the Artemis program didn't just start this year. It has been a journey in the making of over a decade as we continue to be here today. And there they are. The crew is departing the quarantine facility, the checkout facility, and beginning their journey to come past us here at the NASA Kennedy Space Center press site and journey out to the pad. This is actually happening. We have a moon crew on the move to their fully fueled rocket. If you guys have questions, make sure you're sending those in the chat and tag me at the launch pad. Saw some questions coming in about the ML2. We can actually see ML2 off on the distance from me here. You probably saw it behind Magnus in his shot earlier. It has, at this time, been canceled, and they are stripping parts off of it to be used as spare parts for ML1, which is currently under a fully fueled rocket out at LC-39B. So NASA's going to play through some videos here, introducing you to the crew. We're going to stay on this split screen here, but in that bottom right corner, you can see a view from the vehicle as they get ready to head out here. Hopefully in a couple of minutes, we will see them drive by. Timothy, which rocket is it that will land on the moon? Well, technically no rocket will land on the moon. We're going to have lunar landers or human landing systems. 2 are in development, one by SpaceX, the Starship HLS, and Blue Origin has their Blue Moon lunar lander. We're not sure if it'll be 1.5 or 2 that they will be using, But there's going to be lots of developments over the next couple of years as they get ready to do hopefully a lunar lander test next year in orbit, paving the way for the 2 landings attempts in 2028. Just catching up on our notes in the chat. The crew well on their way out here to the pad. I think what I will do is I'm going to get Magnus to cut this into the NASA feed at full so we can get set up to have a view here. If we can take NASA full screen, possibly. And we'll just take a moment for you guys to watch in on what NASA's doing, and we will be back on commentary once they've drive by. But this is one of those moments I want us to try to take in. If you guys have questions, send those in the chat. Tag me at the launch pad. I'll do my very best on answering those once I return. But stay with me right here on the launch pad as we count down 4 hours, 23 minutes and counting till launch of Artemis 2, humanity's return to the moon. Stay with us right here on TLP. And if you're just joining us, welcome back here to the NASA Kennedy Space Center press site. What a moment there. The helicopter military escort carrying our Artemis 2 crew out to Launch Complex 39B. We're keeping an eye on them on the NASA broadcast there in the bottom right corner of your screen. You can see them continuing out on their journey to the pad. Magnus getting more power. We're using a lot of power out here. But we're doing that to bring you guys the best possible coverage that we can of everything that's happening here with Artemis 2. We're going to catch up on your guys' comments and questions. You can send those in the chat by tagging me at the launch pad. I'll do my very best on answering those live here this evening. Lots of people just jumping on. Let me know if you guys can hear me all right. Let me 5x5 in the chat there. We tried to get the bigger bike on there, so hopefully you guys were able to hear and feel that helicopter as it flew by. Thank you so much to a couple people becoming new members. I really appreciate that support. If you guys like to help support this mission, a couple ways you can do so. Hit that join button down below. Gets you access to our custom TLP launch emotes, or there is a GoFundMe link I believe Nightbot has for you guys if you want to directly contribute to our Artemis 2 coverage here at NASA Kennedy Space Center. And then I'll be jumping on a plane immediately and flying to Johnson Space Center as I've invited media to follow the entire mission through the lunar flyby and splashdown. We're only able to do that thanks to your guys' support, so we appreciate that. We will be running a 24/7 live tracker as well. Those streams will get scheduled here in the next couple of hours if we do have a liftoff here this evening. And someone made a note. I do need to tick off that milestone that we are into rollout, and we are approaching that crew ingress moment as well. So thank you for pointing that note out there. We do have that updated, and we'll have crew ingress here happening in 10 to 15 minutes from now. A couple of people saying no sound on the astronaut files. Yes, NASA loves its copyrighted music, so we do unfortunately have to be careful with the audio that we're playing there. Of course, at liftoff, we will patch in mission control, but we're going to do our very best to bring you kind of a bridge of both, bringing you here live ourselves while matching in the NASA view as well. Magnus is switching around some cameras here to get some other shots and make sure that we are ready for liftoff. Can you believe it, though? We are just over 4 hours away, hopefully, from the launch of a moon mission, the first time in over 52 years. Alex, is the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas? Yes, it is. I see a question coming in. Is the Altar lander the primary choice for crewed landing? So right now there are 2 lunar landers in development. The SpaceX Starship HLS variant and the Blue Origin Blue Moon lunar lander as well. Both are in development. Utah says, Zach on site. That we are. It is an incredible honor and privilege to be here. The last 2 months has been something that is literally a childhood dream, getting to step into the vehicle assembly building that is next to me here before rollback, but also then after the rollback, and to get to be up close and personal with this launch vehicle. It is truly such an honor to be up close with the Space Launch System and get to see this moon rocket that's going to carry these 3 NASA astronauts and 1 Canadian astronaut around a 10-day mission around the moon. And we've got lots of things to talk about, and we of course want to answer your questions, but we also want to take a moment and recognize that there was many things that had to happen to lead us here, both recently and historically, and we did lose 3 crews along the way to be here, and it wouldn't be right for us to be taking this next step forward without recognizing the loss of Apollo 1, of Shuttle Challenger, and Shuttle Columbia. Those crews laid a foundation, and they paid the ultimate sacrifice for exploration. And exploration in space is hard, and it's something we are taking very carefully, and it's something that we never want to forget. So we do want to take a moment and recognize those crews and the sacrifice that they made, and the people that worked on the vehicles, and everything that happened around those situations. But the amount that we learned from those situations makes us safer to fly now. And that's why Jared Isaacman and all the crews here working on the Space Launch System and Orion have said we will only fly when safe to do so, don't get me wrong, there's launch fever. All of us want this mission to happen, but if one thing is out of whack today, we will not go because we cannot be making mistakes. And we're super excited to be here and just honor those crews of the past as we take this next step and leap forward. Catching up on the chat. Rosetta asking, will there be a live feed of the craft during the flight? So NASA is planning to have a live shot that we'll be broadcasting from onboard Orion. We're expecting that to begin a little bit later this evening, so make sure you stay tuned. We will have our Orion mission tracker go live as soon as we do get access to that feed, and I'll be bringing you full coverage of that as well. I did want to make a note as well. NASA did confirm an X-class solar flare was emitted on March 29th. We did confirm with the heliophysics department here at NASA that solar flare will not cause any risk to the Artemis 2 crew, which is why we are here at a launch attempt today. It was something we were all monitoring, as it's not a small flare, but it is within the classification that the Artemis crew and mission are able to continue flying. Catching up on the chat. If you guys have questions, you can send those in. You can see the crew there has now arrived. Oh, they're even into the elevator. There they go, all four now heading up to the Orion level platform. These are views that we have never seen. We've seen some little clips of these shots before. We've seen some clips of these from the rehearsals, but these are the first time we're seeing the full raw live views. You can see some smiles on their faces and making sure they go through all their steps to maintain their safety and make sure no FOD goes into the vehicle. And you'll have to bear with me. I have a rough timeline of what we're going to proceed through here today. But unlike a Starlink or even a crew mission on Falcon 9, this is brand new to all of us, and there's going to be some shock and awe of just watching this and also just learning what this is going to be like for the first time with a crew. So do bear with me and take in this moment or these moments that we're going to see happen here over the next 4 hours and 8 minutes until we hopefully see the Space Launch System launch from just 3 miles away. You can see there the crew now walking across the mobile launch platform, just feet away from the base of a fully fueled Space Launch System rocket. That rocket, if you talk to the crews that worked on Apollo, this vehicle similarly is going to be just moaning and groaning alive, fully fueled, ready to fly. And we now have our crew taking a moment, pausing, looking up at their vehicle as they get ready to enter the second elevator, which will take them all the way up to the Orion platform. Just taking a moment.
Live on your screen right now is a view from that helicopter as it is circling 39B, where the crew is preparing to enter the Orion capsule. As you can see, they have some pad teams there, what SpaceX would refer to as the pad ninjas. But this is the pad egress team, which noticeably drive an ice cream truck. So we have seen that pass by a couple times here on, as we see, and there's a live view from the launch control, which is located by the vertical assembly building. There is a helicopter which is surrounding the area, and that is flying around right now. Should be able to see it as we bring up our live view on that screen in their preparations for launch. There is a view from that helicopter, which is circling around the tower right now. It's actually located quite far away from the launch pad. I would estimate it's closer to a mile, but as you can see, there goes Jeremy Hansen. They're walking up. There we have Victor Glover. They are actually on that crew access arm ready right now. And on your screen is actually a view from our tracking scope looking at that tower. We might be able to make out a little bit of their orange suits from this feed right over here if we are lucky. And we are combining those feeds, making sure we have those there for you. At the same time, as you can see, they are getting ready for that egress. This is the first time, and it looks like they are signing the wall there, which is tradition in spaceflight. And this is the first time that NASA themselves are doing the loading and unloading of a crew into a crew capsule here officially since the end of the shuttle era. So this alone is a very big and important deal as they prepare for that launch of Artemis 2. There is a lot of things that go into preparing for launch, but the vehicle is, unlike Falcon, the vehicle is fully fueled with their propellants. So they are basically ready for launch after this. The countdown will continue for the next 4 hours. They'll hang tight in the capsule as they get in. Close-out crews will then leave the pad area, and we'll see if we go for a launch. It does again look like the sky is clearing up here, which is very exciting as we get closer into that window. We are getting close to that 4-hour mark here in just around 2 minutes, and the clock is rolling, and the energy here is building up. It is super exciting here. As you can see, we are getting that suit up there. Looks like that's Reed Wiseman getting his helmet on as they prepare to enter the Orion capsule. For those asking, yes, there is a little bit of a delay in that NASA feed. We are here live on the press site, so ours is relatively live by only a couple seconds. By the time you watch this, there's actually there is about a 5-second delay from me speaking to you guys hearing me. So NASA does have a little bit of a larger delay in their launch, so we will most likely see the rocket go off here before they and their cameras do. So that will be an interesting sight. Luckily, we do have our tracking cameras ready to capture that launch. We have some ground cameras, and our goal is to just bring as good of a coverage as possible. Now, we do have a plane which appears to be flying over, hoping that our camera captures that. That should be the launch photography plane, which will be taking following Artemis as it flies. There is a TFR over this area, so unless you have permission to do so, it's probably not a good idea to fly here. There's a huge TFR compared to Falcon. Basically, the entirety of Merritt Island and the surrounding areas, extending to the Titusville area, are going. And with that, we have just passed that 4-hour mark, and we are getting close to this launch. And I'm excited for this thing. The excitement here at the press site is really building up as we speak, And this is incredible. Going to pull up that view again. We see Jeremy Hansen, first Canadian astronaut to go to the moon. First astronaut that isn't American, which is heading to the moon. He's getting some help with his gloves there, and he'll be entering that capsule very soon. It is a little bit hard to see who is behind him, but they are preparing here. For those asking, why are these people wearing face masks and all that stuff? So the astronauts, including the closeout crew, have been in quarantine for the past 2 weeks in the case that there is some sort of sickness. They don't want to bring that on a mission to the moon. They had an issue with that actually during Apollo 13, where some of the astronauts got quite sick not due to breach in quarantine, but due to sickness which arose. You can't prevent all sickness, but you can prevent some, and the goal is to mitigate any type of risk. You don't want to get sick when you're 5 days away from home at the very closest. It's not like a low Earth orbit where you can just take and burn retrograde and return within an hour or two. With these, you will be once you're at the moon, it's going to take you a couple days to return. You can't go faster. It's faster unless you have a lot of fuel. And unfortunately, the Orion capsule doesn't have that much, but it is designed to fly the trajectories it is doing. So you're not going to bring a semi-truck to deliver a pizza, so there's no point in having basically a fuel to just turn around and fly back. You're going to use those orbits in order to have use a more fuel-efficient return, and it's going to be a lot faster either way. We do have a little bit of wind here on the launch pad, but everything does appear to be within the realms of acceptance. We haven't heard anything about weather so far, nothing here on the speakers, and the clock at the press side is still rolling, so that is a good indication that there will be a launch. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a hold somewhere in the countdown as we get closer to that launch point. Again, we are launching to the moon, which isn't an everyday thing. And we want to make sure that we keep our 4 astronauts as safe as possible. We want to make sure we don't skip any steps. And again, the amazing engineers at NASA and all the partnering agencies have done their very best to make sure that the Orion capsule and the SLS rocket is safe. I'm seeing a question here from Alec. Are they going to fly around the dark side of the moon? Yes. Just like Earth, there is 2 sides of the planet, one that faces the sun and one that doesn't. So the moon is going to be facing, at the time they arrive, it's going to be nearly a full moon. So once they arrive to the moon, they're going to see that moon with the light. But as they get around, they're going to see part of the dark side of the moon, and they're going to lose a little bit of radio communications, which is expected, and they'll return. They'll be around 8,000 kilometers from the surface of the moon at their very, very closest. And there's a chance we get an Earthrise. First time since Apollo. And considering their distance, they're told it's supposed to be the size of a basketball in their window. So it's going to be very close. They're going to be close, 8,000 miles, which seems far, but in the scale of all things, it's actually relatively close. Close. A question from the field photographer is asking, why are they launching later in the day compared to something earlier if something went wrong? Surely it is easier to look in the day than the night. Good question. So in space, you have to focus. Your focus is on a couple things: your destination orbit, and the surrounding conditions. You want to make sure you have good conditions for launch. But basically, your main focus is making sure you reach your desired inclination, your desired orbit, which can only be achieved at certain times at the day. The moon is positioned here. We have a short window here, and that's why we've had only a certain amount of time because they need those proper conditions both at the moon, and they need proper conditions here at the launch site in order to launch. So this is it's just because they need those conditions, and it would be great if you could have all launches in the morning. But as you know, with Starship, they launched the earlier flights in the morning, so they got as much sunlight as possible while they were orbiting the Earth. That led to nighttime during re-entry, which made it harder to analyze the heat shield while they splashed down as well. They changed that to an evening launch so that they could, after they'd analyzed the ascent phases of the flight and knew that that was all secure, they changed it to evening launches in order to get that daytime during splashdown. Zach isn't here right now, but I just want to go say thank you so much to Susan Berg, who's from Denmark, who sent a 45 Danish crowns super chat. Hey to everyone in NASA from Denmark. It is so amazing to be witnessing this unbelievable space trip. All luck to everyone. Susan, thank you so much. Your support is what's able to keep us going. We appreciate it so much. I'm actually from Norway, so ønsker deg en god kveld. I see a couple people commenting on the telescope in the back here. This is a Celestron rig that is powered. I have a couple joysticks here that allow me to track the rocket. And as you can see right here, here is that view, and we can even move it a little bit right now. It is a little bit windy, so I'm hoping that those conditions change by launch. It is a little bit hazy now, so we have to do it the best as we can. But once the rocket does get into a higher elevation, it is going to hopefully clear up a little bit here. Okay, a lot of questions coming here. I'm trying to answer a couple here at a time. I realize that I'm on here twice. Okay. Orion technically should be visible from a telescope while it goes on its flight, but it's not because you're not going to be able to see any details. If you take a long exposure photo, you should be able to see the streak as it reflects it at a certain proximity to Earth. I don't know exactly how it's going to look at the moon. I will be trying it. I haven't done too much astrophotography. The rig behind me is technically reserved for all launches that I've been doing. It's a launch rig. So it's not the desired purpose. But it works well. A lot of questions here. I see before we get to I see somebody from Sweden. Oh, wow. Greetings to my Swedish friends as well. We're, it's a launch day today. We'll keep all that friendly banter on pause while we keep that going. We're a big team here at the launch pad with the teams from all around the world. And again, we believe that it's better to have space is better together. And that's the exact purpose of the Artemis missions. We have Jeremy Hansen for a reason because we're introducing these international partners here. We're introducing these international partners. And again, first time we have somebody who isn't from America. And we're hoping that this expands to all types of people. Eventually, we're going to have people from all those Artemis Accord nations landing on the moon. And yes, Sweden did develop the camera, original Hasselblad cameras. Hasselblads are amazing. We are actually shooting these... we're shooting a lot of these segments on Nikon cameras. Particularly, the camera right here is a Nikon Z9. We have another Z9 for here. We're running a Z9, which is the same, which is giving our pod shot. And the Z9 is the same camera that they are bringing on this mission for some photos of the moon. And it's the same camera that they're going to be using on the moon. It has a spectacular system, a lot of megapixels, can shoot in 8K. It's amazing footage. I guess it's potentially a little bit overkill to be using. It's a little bit overkill to be using a Z9 for a launch and just a face here. We actually have a ZR on the back here. Huge thank you to Nikon, which has been super helpful in just letting us lend a couple cameras. These are absolutely amazing, and these are great. I just need to catch up on some chat here. I don't have a system here, so I'm just reading it. Usually we would have a way to pop everything up on the screen, but due to the nature of this entire mission, we had to make a couple compromises. But yeah, I see a lot of people here mentioning here in the chat how this is an international rocket. We have ESA working on the upper stages. We have Boeing working on the core stage. And then we have all of these international partners working together. We've seen a big expansion of utilizing our international partners here. I mean, Mars 2020 Perseverance, you had components from all over the world which went into making that successful launch. And we're preparing for yet another yet another Mars mission with Project Skyfall, which we're launching 3 helicopters. We launched Ingenuity not too long ago, and that went great. I mean, Ingenuity was designed for only a couple flights, and will you look at it, they had multiple flights. And that is exactly what we want to see in a situation like that. I'm going to get you guys a feed here from the inside of Orion while we still answer a couple things. Catching up on some super chat to Michael. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Thank you so much for the £5 super chat. This is what allows us to do these broadcasts. This is a big deal. We've been here since 4 a.m. Setting up here, and it's been great. We do this because we love bringing you guys live coverage here, and this is why we do this. Thank you, Andy, for becoming a suborbital explorer. We appreciate that. And especially, YouTube's changes, so you can't see the usernames, but 4RC4D14, thank you for the €15 super chat. We, again, appreciate every one of you guys. And, again, we'd love to answer some questions here. Just send them into the chat. There's so many coming in here at once. It is becoming a little bit hard for me to manage and answer every single one of them, but I answer any ones that I can see here. And I'm scrolling back here. Let me see. Do astronauts play Kerbal Space Program? That ultimately depends on the astronaut. I mean, if we have time. Zach has explicitly told me to not pull up Kerbal Space Program during Artemis 2. So I guess that will be for another time here. But Kerbal's a great game. Surprisingly realistic in some things, but it's better at an explosion simulator than it is at other things. But it does doing good. I see a question here coming on. Is there any reason the suits are orange? Yes. This stems from the shuttle era. So originally the shuttle suits were actually a sort of blue. Light blue. These suits were blue, and that, as you've seen with STS-1, and it went up to as they introduced the shuttle egress system. And my laptop has just died, so I can't see anything of the cameras right now. So I need to get some power onto that laptop in a second or two. But as I continue on here, we are. Those suits are orange, so when they introduce the egress system, which will allow them to evacuate if they weren't able to land successfully, they would be easy to find in the water if it was required. I will be back in about 30 seconds. I need to plug in the laptop running the stream. This is exactly why we're running our stream off of a Blackmagic system here, which is, I think, is working pretty good. but I can't see any of the things, any of our cameras. So I will be back in just around 30 seconds. And we are back again. My laptop's going to charge, so hopefully I can get some feeds, but that doesn't mean I can't answer some questions. Keep a charger on your desk. Yes, we should. Unfortunately, we are running so many cameras here that we have run out of chargers. There is literally not enough chargers in the boxes. We brought a lot of USB-C, and we're running this off of a 500-foot extension cable, which might be visible in the shot behind me. It's a tad bit overkill for a system. We'll get a little bit of a tour here while I turn on the GoPros in a second. But yeah, it's a bit of it's a little bit of a setup here. We are seeing the inside of Orion as they are getting suited up here for their launch to the moon. See some questions about the launch pad. Do you think some of Jared's changes will be rolled back? That's a good question. So Jared is NASA administrator. So with NASA, NASA has to answer to Congress. Whatever Congress decides for NASA, they have to do. NASA receives their funding from Congress, and Congress is basically the ones who said, hey, we need this SLS rocket. We need Crew Dragon. We need to pay for the commercial crew program and all those things. So that's something that Congress decides. Now, with new bills, Jared has been allocated quite a bit of power to make certain decisions needed. And Congress does seem to be on board with quite a bit of the changes that Jared has proposed. So I am relatively confident that certain of them will stay. But we have to really see based on what Congress. Again, the unfortunate part here is NASA is influenced a tad bit by politics. They can't make too much of their decisions themselves. Is Buzz Aldrin or any other Apollo astronauts present around the KSC? I haven't seen any, but I would hope at least they're watching this. We've seen some other astronauts. Zach had the opportunity to interview Doug Hurley yesterday, and I had the privilege to talk to Don Pettit, which was absolutely amazing. These astronauts are spectacular people, and you really once you get to talk to them, you start to understand why they do that. Just bringing up the feed there in full screen of Orion as they get fatted in, and while I get these things fixed up here, we need to get our right, going through some super chat. Thank you so much for Babsy79 for that super chat, and another one. Grüße aus der Scheiß. I don't know how to speak German. I don't know what that means. I might have pronounced that wrong. That might have been something I shouldn't say. But but we'll see what happens there. Again, we do appreciate your support. Your support is what makes this all possible. So again, thank you for your support. Yes, Mark Kelly is somewhere around the press. We do, as we mentioned, we do have some sort of astronauts here and there, and they're doing. It's really fun to talk to these astronauts, and they are very special people and very qualified for what they're doing. Trying to answer some more questions here as we go. Let me pull up the software here, providing the split screens and the keys, and we should be able to do this, and I should be able to pop up as they are on screen, and we'll try to get our feeds back. Give us a couple of minutes, and we should have Zach returning back from his break. But again, with that, I'll try to answer a couple more of those questions as he gets situated. Again, Zach is a busy guy, and he's been in multiple interviews with his Canadian friends. Zach is Canadian, so that means he's come a far way. And again, we have a pretty large international community here at the Launchpad. With crew members from all over the world, here in the States, on both coasts, and we have people watching from all over the world. A lot of people from Scandinavia, a lot of people from Europe, and some people from South America as well. Shout out to everyone who is watching here, and a particular shout out to everyone who's watching in Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, where I'm from. I have a little bit of personal bias there, but again, we are all here to watch humanity's return to the moon, which is a big deal. All right, and with that, I'm going to give you guys Zach again, and he's going to be back right now.
You've got me for about 20 minutes, and then someone else wants me to call. It's an exciting day that a lot of the world media has... I think they knew Artemis 2 was coming, but I don't think they realized it was today. And they're all like, well, rather than us looking into it, let's just call Zach and have him explain it. So bear with me as I jump on and off. Also, make sure you stay with us. We are looking like we will have a special guest joining us in just under an hour here. They'll probably end up sitting where Magnus is, or we might swap and they sit here. But make sure you stay with us for that. And, of course, we are continuing to follow along on the mission timeline as we continue to count down. Take a look at the clock. We are at 3 hours, 36 minutes, 40 seconds and counting from the official clock that is linked in to the Launch Control Center. Let's see, maybe it's finally not windy enough that we can put these rockets back up in the air. Maybe not. We'll see if we're lucky. But so great to have all of you joining here. I know we did have some super chats come in there. Thank you so much for sending those in. I'll try to catch up on those. I did see one come in from Dawn. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you. Michael sending in a super chat. Can you see Artemis 2 near the moon? I have a special moon viewing app installed on my phone. Is the idea. Many greetings from Herne, Germany. Welcome. That's a great question. I mean, with the right conditions, if there was to be a light gleam coming off of the vehicle, definitely you'd be able to see it. You're not going to have something like a transit where you can see like Orion pass in front of the moon.
I'm just to interrupt Zach there. Unfortunately, Orion is too small compared to the things. Unless you have optics, you might be able to get a streak on a long exposure photography, but it's going to be very difficult to see there on the naked eye. And I am standing here. I should go back to Zach while we're getting our feeds back here so that we can get some...
This is why he runs the production and I do the talking. But even then, sometimes I'm wrong. So bear with me. Is it possible? Yes, but you might need a lot of equipment. So it was a half correct answer.
Yeah. So,
but with your app, probably not enough. Not with the naked eye now. That's not what you're going to be able to see. And why would you want to? But you're going to have 4K videos being sent back by Orion. You're going to have the best view we've ever had of the moon. even going to be better than Artemis 1. That's what you're going to want to see, those details of the Earth. And because we've slipped into the April window, we've actually now seen that the crew is going to have the opportunity to have an eclipse while they're on the backside of the moon. So we're excited to see what that ultimately looks like as they fly about 4,000 miles around the backside of the moon there.
We're just getting an announcement here on the comms.
So just having an announcement come across the megaphone will continue. It's one that we've heard many a times, but they're saying it as many new people, of course, are arriving here in the area. So we are staying up to date on those announcements as they come across. Of course, listening to any of them coming in that are for safety. Relaxing Disney, is the Artemis 2 rocket as powerful as the Saturn V rocket? I believe it's more powerful. And now we were supposed to have multiple variants of the Space Launch System. We were going to have Block 1B, Block 2. All of that has now been scrubbed, and it will be now modified into a standardized version of Space Launch System starting with SLS-4, I believe, is what they're looking at. So we've got probably one or two more of the current variant. I got to, as Magnus was saying earlier, we got to speak to Doug Hurley. He was talking about the SRBs. He said they have a number of more flights already ready to go, and then they are working on the new booster that will ultimately support this new standardized version of the Space Launch System as that comes down the line. Catching up on the chat. Make sure you keep sending in those questions by tagging me at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live. Do we know what will be after Artemis 4 and 5 or something else? So right now, NASA's plan is to continue the Artemis program as far as we can take it. The NASA administrator has said Artemis 100. He would love to see that. Now, one of the big things with that is just because we're calling it Artemis 100, that's the mission name, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to include a space launch system. So we may see that the Artemis missions fly on multiple vehicles. So we'll just have to wait and see where the history books take us over the next years and decades. Great question there. Lots of people coming in just in the chat. If you haven't yet, take a moment. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. See lots of people mentioning For All Mankind. No spoilers. We've been deep into Artemis 2 prep. We haven't seen the new season. But it is funny. Lots of people have made the reference of, the last few weeks at NASA really feels like a kickstart into, if this had happened 50 years ago, maybe we would be living that For All Mankind TV show future. And so, we might be a few decades behind, but let's see how fast we can catch up on it. If we lots of people just jumping on. We got Bunk in Czech Republic. We got Kubi in Germany. We got Kim in Quebec. We got Sergey in Poland. Welcome. Diardelis in Minnesota, USA. We got D. Jang, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, in Mexico. Welcome. We got Craig in South Carolina. Lots of people just jumping on. If you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream, invite people to join us. You are watching history as we count down to the launch of Artemis 2. 3 American astronauts, 1 Canadian astronaut now on board the Orion spacecraft and the Space Launch Vehicle, preparing to fly a 10-day mission, really kicking off this new era of spaceflight. I realized I did miss a couple super chats that came in probably while I was talking. 4RC says, $15 super chat there. Keep up the good work. Today in the office, I've used your live as a wallpaper during work. I appreciate it. I hope you got your work done, but this is history. Work can wait till tomorrow. I've told that people with schoolwork. I'm not handing out official permission slips to skip school, but if there was a day to, little less work, focus on the rocket, today's the day. This is history. This is going to rewrite the history books literally as we will begin flying people around the moon again. Michael sending 5 in saying thanks for the support. We had Barony Saeed Barani, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, saying hello from Sweden. Welcome, great to see you here. Susan says hello to everyone in NASA from Denmark. It's so amazing to be witnessing this unbelievable space trip. All luck to everyone. Thanks for sending that chat in there today. If you guys want to jump and break my train of thought, the super chat's the way to do it. Okay, Michael says, okay, let me ask another way. Is there a window of time to theoretically see Artemis 2 in front of the moon, or when Artemis 2 is flying back? I don't believe so, not until it would be here at Earth. So, and even then, you wouldn't be looking at the moon. So no, because we're really doing a figure 8. So when it is coming back, I mean, I guess when it's close, you would have it transit across. But not when it would be close to the moon. So it really depends what type of equipment you're using for it. Theoretically, yes, it is going to pass between the moon and the Earth before it lands. But it's going to do that much closer to Earth than it would be the moon. I hope that's answering that question. I'm sorry. Orbital mechanics is fun. Metlisk is asking, will the Artemis 2 crew survey the far side of the moon, as in photo scans or anything like that? Yeah, absolutely. They have some. I'm gonna hold it up and I'm gonna cover the logo, but you can make a guess. They have some really high tech mobile cellular devices that have cameras that film really high quality 4K video and photos. It's a government program. We can't tell you what company. But
that's Reed's words, not ours.
Sorry?
That's Reed's words, not ours.
Yeah, exactly. That's Reed's words. That's NASA's words. We can't tell you who it is. It's iPhone. This is the first crew to officially be given iPhones to document. They also have the Z9 Nikon cameras as well as some other cameras on board. We're actually going to be using Z9s here in the field today. We'll try to maybe show one of them on air a little bit later. So you guys can see what they're going to be shooting on. But yes, they are definitely going to be taking lots of photos, lots of videos on the far side. And the really neat part is, though they will be further away from the moon, we might have a little bit longer time we can communicate with them because of that. They won't be kind of hidden as long. But there's still going to be that period where they can't communicate back. And it's just going to be the 4 of them and the moon and Orion. And that's the part I'm so excited to hear what that was like. And then when they come around and you have that Earthrise, that we haven't seen in 52 years. So many things we haven't seen in 52 years. But first, we have to get off the pad. And that's the focus that we're on here tonight. And it's incredible. I've been running around, as you know, and I'm looking now at our monitors. We have a moon crew in a moon rocket, in a moon spacecraft, on the pad, fully fueled. And we are counting down 3 hours, 27 minutes, and counting to liftoff. This is an incredible, incredible day.
And just wanted to take a little look here. As you see, we have a camera right here, which Jason can show you guys a little bit what we're dealing with right here from the production side.
Should I give them a tour?
I mean, there's a... How do we...
Like I come around?
Yeah, I guess. Go for it.
Do you want to mute me?
Yeah, so here you guys go. This is the setup here at the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. We have 2 desks. We have a production system, a switcher. I can change switches here if you guys want to take a look at the countdown clock. I got you guys. We can get you guys a view of the countdown clock, or we can get views right here. So this is this is our setup. We have some things on the desk. That? He wants his headphones. We're cutting it close. Zach comes around here to the production side here of unorganized wires. Tell me about it. We've been here for a while. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do in the short amount of time we had. We needed we've been setting up. Our setup took 6 hours today. I spent the entire day here at the press site yesterday setting up, which. Yeah, that's the top of our tent. Okay, yeah. And there's an empty desk. Where he's supposed to sit. As you know, we want to still show you that rocket, since that's what you're ultimately here for. But we have some segments planned here as we get closer in the count, including a couple of fun ones we're excited for, which we'll have to do once Zach returns from a couple of his interviews. Zach is muted because he doesn't have his headset on. And he will be having his headset on in just a few seconds. We're limited to cables, so his headset is on now.
There you go, we're back. A couple more super chats coming in. Martin saying, my son Charlie wondered what the circular building is at the bottom of the tower. Excuse me, helicopter flying over again.
At the
nice
launch.
low pass over the press site.
You know, we just so happen to have a rig that is capable of zooming down.
Yeah, can we take a look at what that is?
Depending on what you guys are looking at, we have a couple things. Their feed is most likely showing this, which is the water tower. As we get closer to launch, those these SRBs are powerful engines, so they're going to they're going to turn on the water deluge system, which is going to reduce the noise and the acoustics on the area in order to not destroy the rocket. So they're going to drop hundreds of thousands of gallons of water in only a couple seconds, and that little tower there uses simply gravity to release it. They're going to open something on the top. We're going to switch back here to make sure that NASA has a feed. We can see NASA's feed here, and they have a live view out of the rocket. They are all installed. They are all getting seated in their seats right now, and they are preparing. It's getting real here for launch. Looks like they are stacked almost on top of each other with a 2x2 configuration, but that looks like it could be a mirror or something. It's a little difficult to see, but exactly.
Sorry about that. Just getting some messages and organizing stuff with the guest we're hoping to have here at 3:30. I'll have to pop off really quick here in a minute or two just to get that all organized. Yeah, it's an incredibly busy day, so apologies with it. But if you guys keep sending in the questions in the chat, what we might do, we might take a quick commentary break from the both of us, have a quick little reset, get ready for that guest, and then come back when we're ready with them and go there. But we're not going to end the broadcast. We're not going anywhere. We got lots of things still coming. So if you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream, use this as a time to stretch, go get a fresh beverage, do what you need to do, stretch, and then come back in 5-10 minutes, and we will continue on this countdown to launch coverage. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long 10 days as we follow along. It's going to be hard to sleep. Some amazing milestones yet to come, and the first one coming up in hopefully just a few hours is the launch of the Space Launch System from behind me. So take a few minutes. We'll be right back. Stay with us right here on the launch pad as we count down to launch of Artemis 2.
All right, guys. With that, I'm back with you again to continue to answer as many questions as possible. As you see in the left side of your screen, the crew is entering their vehicle. You have two views there and a view of the SLS rocket. Feel free to ask a couple more questions as we get close to that 3-hour mark here in the countdown, 3 hours and 17 minutes. The clock is still running here at the Cape. Everything is looking good. There's a live view of that Kennedy Space Center clock, and these people are preparing for their launch to the moon here. See a couple of questions again regarding that solar storm. They've done multiple analyses here, and they don't think that that solar flare is going to have any impact on the crew. Again, NASA is not going to launch anything if they don't deem it safe to do so. So I have no doubt, and I'm fairly confident that this is going to go spectacular. How long will it take to get to space? This is a good one. So space isn't that far away. Space is, depending on where you're from, the internationally recognized boundary is known as the Kármán line. It's 100 kilometers over the center, over the surface, over sea level. So if you're driving in a car going highway speeds, you'd be there in a little bit over an hour. We see they're touching that, adjusting that camera, that fisheye lens. And yeah, they're on the ground there preparing for launch. But it's going to take them, they're going to cross that Kármán line approximately 2 to 3 minutes. So it doesn't take them far to go from on the pad to space, and it takes a little bit longer to orbit. They're going to be sitting in a low Earth orbit for a little while before performing their translunar injection burn. Trying to catch up on some questions here. Feel free to ask them more. You know, it's great to be able to talk with you guys here on this coverage. We're doing our best to bring you as good coverage possible here from the Florida Space Coast as we prepare for the launch of Artemis 2. So the reason, to answer your question regarding the solid rocket motors, why they were chosen, solid rocket motors, they're cheap and they produce a lot of thrust. They're relatively easy to play around with. They have a lot of experience from the space shuttle era. I mean, SLS is using a lot of parts from the space shuttle era, including the RS-25 engines. The core stage is based off of the external fuel tank, and then the SRBs are actually reused from the space shuttle. They have some SRB segments on the rocket here that have flown as early as the 5th flight of the space shuttle. So they are using them simply because they had them along and they wanted to build on the infrastructure they already had instead of developing something completely new. I'm seeing, as you know, this is the typical question as we get closer to any sort of launch. How do these astronauts, they're strapped in here for quite a while. There's 3 hours until launch. It's going to be 4 to 5 hours until they get out of their spacesuits. So the astronauts are basically wearing space diapers, which allows them to do what's necessary in that early stage of the flight, but they are trying to hold it as long as they can until they can use the laboratory, which is located in the Orion capsule. The Orion capsule is designed to support these crews for long duration missions. So that is the intention. And as a matter of fact, the first launch of American astronaut Alan Shepard had a situation like that, where they had experienced multiple delays on the pad, and he had the famous line requesting to urinate on the in his spacesuit, and all the alarms went off, and that was before they had a better integration. I don't know why we got to this conversation here, but it's always a question that's asked, so we we want to make sure that we can answer it here. NASA, as you can see in the back there, that's that clock ticking as we get closer to launch. We're going to get our feed up again of SLS as we switch over and continue to answer a little bit of questions since they're having a little chat at their desk. Are the astronauts actually doing anything on this trip? Yes, they're doing a lot. They're doing quite a bit on the trip here. They have the astronauts are going to be performing lots of science experiments while they're flying, and as well as testing certain systems. Victor Glover will be piloting the Orion capsule for a proximity docking test, which is going to prepare the Orion capsule in preparation for Artemis 3, which will be docking with the HLS prototypes, either Starship HLS or Blue Origin HLS. So they're testing those things while they do that. Why do astronauts need to quarantine? So I answered this question a little bit earlier, but while you're in space in a tight, confined capsule, there's no ambulance. There's no way to just easily get to a hospital. While they're on the other side of the moon, it's going to take them 4 days or something to get back. They don't want to have any preventable medical illness occur in the space capsule while they're flying. So this is just a way to prevent it to the best of their ability and prevent contagious disease as they fly. What will happen to the astronauts when they return back? The astronauts will splash off the coast of San Diego, where it will be recovered by a Navy recovery ship. The astronauts will then disembark from Orion and be flown by helicopter to the coast of San Diego, where they will then be flown to Johnson Space Center to do the necessary unpacking of the space mission. What does quarantine mean? It basically means that these astronauts are confined to only a certain amount of people. You and I, we can go outside and we can chat with other people. There's other tents here. There's other people. You can go to the grocery store. And that means that you are going to, with that, you have, you want to prevent any illness. I mean, by being here, you're exposed to certain illnesses, and they want to prevent that as soon as possible. Give us a second here while we and join us in a second.
And if you're just joining us, welcome back here to the NASA Kennedy Space Center. A special guest joining us, Congressman Mike Herodopoulos. Thank you so much for joining us here at the press site today.
Thanks, Zach. Great to be here.
First and foremost, what are your feelings? We've got a moon crew on a fully fueled rocket, and we're just over 3 hours from liftoff.
Well, I'm thrilled to be here. As you know, I represent this area of the United States Congress. I also chair the Space Committee in Congress, and this is just a thrilling day for America. It shows that anything is possible in the United States as we're heading back to the moon for the first time since 1972. And in a couple of years, we'll be landing back on the moon, showing again when Americans put their heart on something, they're going to get it done.
How special is it that this is happening during America 250? It's on the rocket. We've got the flag with you. It's a special year for America.
It sure is, and I couldn't be more thrilled. And this, the story of America, right? We're can-do people, especially when we work together. And I'm happy to report, after all this partisanship we see in Washington, D.C., that Republicans and Democrats are coming together to solve problems. You see these brave astronauts who are going to make their way around the moon in about 4 or 5 days, hopefully. And I'm expecting great things. I think it's the start of things to come. And we've got an amazing new administrator, Jared Isaacman, who has really taken the helm here in NASA in a positive way. And, of course, the president is the guy who created the Space Force. And so we are all in with space, and we know how important this is to our everyday lives.
It's amazing to see the advancements just in the last 10 years of how everyone is getting so excited in space. And as you said, the administration and the new administrator, just last week, we had the NASA Ignition event that really took what visions we had before and lit them on fire and said, let's go do them right now. Can you talk us through just this jump that we're going to go from this to testing a lunar lander to having a moon base and a permanent presence, hopefully in the next 3 to 4 years, and why that's so important to America and ultimately the world?
Well, I love these ambitious plans put forth, and it really is a can-do attitude. And I believe that, politics to me has always been the art of the possible. Same thing here at space. The technology, as you put perfectly, has really come a long way in a short period of time. And I think that if we focus our energy on this moon mission, eventually moon colony, that we can make it happen. It's not going to be easy. As they like to say, space is hard, and it is. And we're the only nation still to this day has ever landed astronauts on the moon. But I think we're going to make this happen. We're moving some things around. We've decided to move away from the gateway, and we're going to focus on landing on the moon and eventually creating that colony. And I really actually think we need to beat the Chinese there. They don't share our passion for the environment. And you can only imagine what they might be doing to the moon if they get there first, especially with that water on the South Pole, because that's going to be important not just for energy, but just to keep that purity as we think of new ways to utilize this potential asset.
Yeah, a lot of people ask, why are we spending all this time, all this money into this? What would you say to those people and how their life is actually being impacted by this? So much from Apollo and Shuttle does impact our daily life.
Look, I think the future is bright. I mean, think about the technology you and I are enjoying right now to talk to the rest of the world. It's because we learned in space. These satellites, tens of thousands of them that circle the Earth today, allow us to communicate instantly, and it allows us to communicate not just with audio, but video as well, and make the world a closer place. And the technologies that came in medicine, the technologies that come, of course, in engineering and math, this is how we do things. And sometimes you need to take on those challenges and see where the world takes you. But in the end, this is all to make the world on Earth better. And that's where the focus is. And, of course, we've invested a lot of money in it, but the rewards are tenfold. And I think there's no doubt about that. Plus, we're explorers. We're people who came onto this earth to really make a difference. And clearly, the United States and Canada today will be making that difference as they launch into the heavens, and we'll be further away from the Earth than we've ever been before. And as you know, we'll still have that blackout, the dark side of the moon, for about 30 minutes or so. But new technologies will come in a few years. We'll have satellites around the moon where we won't have the dark side of the moon because of these new technologies. And those kind of innovations will change our world in the long run for the better.
Yeah, it's amazing. NASA say that their furthest point, it'll be like holding a basketball, will be the moon, and then Earth off in the distance. And it's just an amazing idea. What are you most excited for? What are you mostly focused on now that gets you most excited?
Well, my job as now a member of Congress is to make sure that we put all the pegs in place so this is a success. We're going to put a lot of resources into this. We want to have the best plan possible. We're going to look at it closely to save every dollar we can and still find success. But the big difference between now and many years ago is that we have some amazing public-private partners in place today, and they're putting new technologies in front of us. And when those two technologies work together, it really makes a difference. And so the NASA is learning a lot from the private sector, and the private sector is learning a lot from NASA. But the one common element is safety first. And Americans really want to protect our astronauts, let alone the Canadians. And I think that if we put our focus on this issue, we can win. Sometimes in space, we want to do many things at once. I think that what Jared has done in a really smart way, he said, we are going to be landing on the moon. Let's put all of our resources there. And as you know better than I, we need to make sure that lander is ready in 2028 to find success.
Absolutely. That's why Artemis 3 getting kind of pulled back from a lander mission or a landing mission to a lander test mission in order to make sure when we do make that jump to go to a landing, we do so safely. One question I've heard from many people in our chat before is, obviously with the politics of space, there's a lot to it. We normally see an administration change. We normally see a new administrator. How can you see this new vision and direction that Jared's setting in that, maybe he can be administrator into another administrator no matter where the election goes, or that we set NASA onto a path that it really doesn't matter when an administration changes. We don't lose this momentum that we now have.
Well, I think you're exactly spot on. We need to keep the momentum going. I mean, as I mentioned before, the good news is that Republicans and Democrats are on board. I just passed a major bill in our committee where we talked about what's called NASA reauthorization. Republicans and Democrats came together in the House and the Senate to create that bill. I expect it passing this year. And that hopefully will give it the continuity necessary, as you put it so well, that when we put this plan in place, it stays in place, because we've seen some fits and starts through the year. But I think there, as you're seeing with this incredible crowd today, I think we're going to have almost 500,000 people out watching this launch of our brave heroes. Is that this is the next phase. We talked a lot about it, maybe a new space station. I think people have really captured the imagination of, did you ever think you have a colony on the moon? Now we have the technology to actually make it happen. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make that a reality.
Well, thank you for what you do. What makes you most excited about space? What gets you fired up about space?
Well, what gets me fired up is just the idea that we're going to make the world a better place. And we're going to enjoy more technologies and new innovations to improve our quality of life. That's why we're operating in government every day. It's to protect your life, liberty, and property, right? And so if we're doing great things in space, it's going to ultimately improve our quality of life here on Earth. And yes, there's a lot of R&D invested in these, but I think you're going to see a multifold return. And again, I can't stress enough, look at this technology around us that we have at our fingertips today, not just the big companies, but you and I. And that's the kind of innovation that's necessary to change the world and provide for a higher quality of life. And this is just a stepping stone. We're just getting started today, and can't wait to have many conversations with you in the years to come.
I look forward to it. If you could say something to the crew right now, they're suited up, they're in the capsule, what would you say?
Well, I'll tell you what, these folks are American heroes. I asked the question a lot of times today, would you ever take a ride? I said, I'd love to come a ride, but I'll tell you what, I'm not going to cut in line with these superstars, and they've earned their spots there. You can only imagine how competitive to be in there. But Godspeed to these folks. These folks are putting literally their lives on the line because they believe in the mission, and we know the challenges we face with the Challenger in Columbia and other incidents that have taken place, but space is hard. But we know if we're gonna push the envelope, we got to put our best and brightest in those spots, and these folks are ready to take that on, and can't wait to welcome them back in about 10 days.
That's amazing. Congressman, thank you so much for your time. I know you got a busy day, so thank you for taking a few minutes with us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for what you all do every day to promote space and innovation, and we look forward to a future conversation.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Great to meet you.
You as well.
I'm sure we'll put out a press statement after the launch, and we will gladly follow up here where necessary.
Thank you so much. Thank you for making that happen. Would it be all right if we just grab a quick picture, if that's all right?
by the dawn.
All right. We are back again here. After that little congressional interview, I'm back to, while Zach takes a little break, I'll be back to answer some questions and talk more about rockets. We're going to talk about some rockets. I have a live view there of the, live on your screen is that SLS as it prepares for launch. Yes, those two of me for a second. A couple buttons here. We need to figure out a couple things, but it does seem to work. We do cut the audio when we're not hosting, simply because there's a lot of people here, and we want to make sure you guys everything's under control. Anyways, feel free to ask some more questions, and we'll address them as we get close to that. We've just passed that 3-hour mark. I'll pull up that clock there as we get closer to launch. That clock is ticking. And we're starting to get a lot of people here, as you can see on the feed here. The parking lot is completely full. And there's a lot of people. The mood is good. And I think we all are very excited to see what can... that feed goes back to me. How interesting. Don't need two of me. We are at L minus 2 hours and 48 minutes, and I'll continue to ask a couple questions. Answer a couple questions while we get them. Give me a second. We might start to see, as some people are talking about, we can see a little bit of venting from that SLS core stage as they prepare for launch. On your screen right now, that is a live view from our tracking scope in preparation for that launch. Bear with me here as I get resituated here. Just got back into the desk, and a couple things we need to take a look at. This is just boil off right now and condensation. SLS is insulated so that it uses a special foam. So frost isn't as easy to see, especially on the Orstone. It's relatively thick as well. So they spray on this insulation because of the hydrogen that's used in the core stage, and that prevents boil off at a slower rate. But at the same time, it becomes hard to see the frosty rocket. If this were a Falcon or a Starship, which we're getting a little bit more used to at this point, none of them have insulation, at least spray on foam. So they're a lot easier. It's a lot easier to see that ice from the condensation as it freezes on those cold tanks on the side. So it will be venting a little bit there. SLS is fully filled with propellant. They said something. It's in the. I don't know if it was 55,000 gallons. That seems low. They said something in the press room. We have it in the manuals, which Zach unfortunately has. But SLS does use hydrogen and oxygen, so the only byproduct, at least of the RS-25s, is going to be water. It's going to be clean water. We usually look at rockets as things that pollute a lot, but interestingly enough, SLS, if you don't count the big solid rocket motors on the side, which are going to release a lot of things, but SLS, at least the RS-25s, don't have any CO2. They will release water vapor and a little bit of nitrogen dioxide as they burn, and that heats up the nitrogen in the air. We have a lot of nitrogen in our atmosphere, and that causes Why does the rocket not tumble when it's that heavy? Good question. So all the RS-25s, including the SRBs, have something known as thrust vector control. So as it flies, if it starts to tilt to, let's get a model here. It's going to be on the ground. Let me grab Zach's model. As a matter of fact, why don't I just jump into the host seat while I'm at it? I guess I'm the live host here now. But to answer your question here, the rocket possesses 4 RS-25 engines and 2 solid rocket motors. Every single of these RS-25 engines are capable of moving a little bit. So once the rocket flies and lifts off the pad, it's going to fly. Now, as we have a little bit of wind and other imbalances, it's going to start to tilt. Now, to counteract that, the engines are going to turn the opposite way. So if it turns that, the engines are going to turn towards that way, and they can use that to basically keep it stable. It's like balancing. They're trying to essentially balance the rocket, and I'm not super good at it, but they're able to. I'm cheating a little bit, but that's how they do it. They essentially move those engines to make microfine adjustments in order to essentially keep it stable. Now, there are times where those calculations are incorrect, which we've seen usually sometimes in early test flights, like the launch of Spectrum, where that thrust vector control system didn't work, and they launch, and it then goes and tumbles out of control. Now, we know the thrust vector controls work on the SRBs, we know it works on the engines, and they can operate with a couple of them not working. So I'm not too concerned about that happening at all. But basically, in order to keep it stable, the engines are going to turn and correct it. Other rockets, like the, I guess these are Estes models. Other rockets, like the Saturn V, also possess fins. So that helps a little bit to keep it stable. It slices basically through the air. But they also do have that thrust vector control system in order to gimbal and make sure it doesn't tumble. The Mercury Redstone rocket and some of our earlier missiles didn't have engines that can turn. They used actually graphite fins that would go into the engine stream, and they would adjust themselves that way. Yes, the SLS rocket here today, both of them are SD's models, so you're able to launch them. The inside has the shock cord. I don't think it has the parachute. These are not in flight configuration, either one of them. But yes, these are both. You're technically able to fly both of these engines. It was the only rocket model we were able to get here in the short amount of time we had before the broadcast. Unfortunately, I have to place it here under the desk since we do have a little bit of wind. The clock is still rolling at 2 hours and 41 minutes. That clock in the back is, I guess I have to, since I'm sitting at the host desk, I have to go and switch over to it. That clock is rolling there, and that's connected directly to mission control. So basically, if mission control or launch control experiences a hold in the countdown, that will be directly referred to, and we'll be able to see that live on that clock as they hold, if that happens. Right now, again, the weather is starting to clear up a little bit, so I think there's a chance here that this goes, pulling up that weather and that wide shot there, which shows that there is a little bit less clouds as that blue sky hopefully rolls in. Those clouds are moving to the west, and it looks like we have some blue sky there. Grid time before that launch in just around 2 hours. 2 hours and 40 minutes. As always, I am more than happy to answer a couple questions here. I have to go over to the producer desk and change it. I might have to go back there and sit and switch because I have stolen Zach's desk, because who doesn't want to sit at the broadcast desk? We have some flags, the Canadian flag for Jeremy Anson. We have the American flag out of view there. You have the 250th anniversary flag and the Artemis flag. So it's a wide amount of flags, and in the back, it's a little bit overexposed, but the SLS rocket is there in the back as it prepares for that launch in not too long from now. Time has really been flying. We've been live on air for about getting close to that 2 hour and 30-minute mark, and we're having such a great time. It's amazing being here with you guys all today, answering questions and being able to bring you guys live coverage from the Kennedy Space Center media site here as we prepare for the launch of the Space Launch System, which will be bringing 4 astronauts to the moon. Good question from Mike. Is there a possibility that the weather can stop the launch? Yes. So right now, the Space Force and NASA have determined that there's a 20% chance of violation. So that means that there's a 20% chance that either the wind is too fast or there's lightning or something that could risk the rocket. They're going to be monitoring that all the way down to liftoff. And if they come into a red weather section, they will not launch. That is one of the final criteria while they enter that T-minus mark at 10 minutes. Once they enter that, that's when they start to really monitor. And one of the criteria in order to launch is actually having the range coordinator launched. The range coordinator, which sits in launch control, part of the Cape Canaveral range. This is all the eastern range. They're controlled by the military. They will determine if there are safe conditions. If there is, they also determine if there's any boats or something like planes in the range. So they are looking at quite a bit of things. But right now, weather does look like to be okay. The wind might be slowing down. It looks like we're finally getting a little bit of sun on that SLS rocket there very soon from now. Can we see the rocket from Europe? Unfortunately, it's not going to be super visible. We're going to be experiencing those SRBs going off, which is going to really help out to make it visible. But once they separate, we're dealing with the RS-25 engines, which are hydrogen engines. As I mentioned, they don't have any exhaust, so they're going to be basically clear. We're going to be looking at basically couple white spots in the sky. There's not going to be any trail like with Falcon. There's not going to be any long flames. So it's basically going to look like four bright lights. And by the time they're over Europe, they would be using the upper stage, which runs off an RL-10 engine. On your screen right now is a live view of SLS. As you can see, it's venting, and those conditions are improving. Will they survive the Van Allen radiation belt? Now, I could be a little bit wrong with this, but the Van Allen radiation belt has something that's discussed very commonly when we're referring to the moon landing. Radiation is a concern in space, but in the Van Allen belt, there isn't enough particles in order to transfer it. So while it's hot, it's not able to there's not a lot of particles. It's a vacuum, so they aren't able to transfer that heat at the same amount. So they've flown through the Van Allen belts before. The Van Allen belts aren't as big of a deal as people make them, and it's not going to be an issue. Now, of course, they always have to monitor radiation. They are going to be experiencing quite a bit of radiation as they go up there while they go into space. It's a lot, but it's not a lot. It's all within those predefined limits. It's going to be less than the average commercial pilot, gets in a year. Definitely less than a nuclear plant worker, and all of those are completely safe. I'm going to address a couple of these questions. Just give me 1 second, and we'll be back. All right, back with you guys again. I wanted to address a couple of the questions I saw. I've been kicked out of the main desk as Zach comes back, but I'll continue to answer a couple of these. Let me see. Let's talk abort systems. With that, we are going to pull up my feed here on the telescope in order to try to visualize that a little bit more. On your screen right now is that telescope feed. And at the very top, you can see 4 motors. Those motors right there are a couple solid rocket motors, which are used. Oh, there goes my telescope. I'm controlling this with a joystick in order to move it, which will be used for the launch. But those 4 engines, if anything is wrong in the flight, if the rocket starts veering off course, an engine shuts off, or something like that doesn't work, those engines will activate. Orion will separate from the command module, and it will fly away. Now, once they get to the jettison of the SRBs and through the core stage flight, they don't need those anymore because it's been determined that they don't. Then they can separate on other means and just re-enter that way. But it's basically for those first 2 to 3 minutes in flight where you're strapped to 2 solid rocket motors on the side. You want to make sure that you have a way to get out if required. It's a well-needed change since the shuttle era, and those activate, and they're made to protect our astronauts. Some key design differences between the Orion abort system and the Apollo. Visually, there are some, but fundamentally, they use the same tower pole mechanism. Dragon and Starliner use a push mechanism. Both Dragon uses hypergolics. Starliner uses, I believe it's solid engines. Could be hypergolics as well. But they push. These ones use solid rocket motors that pull, and they're able to basically use those also as reaction control thrusters. Relatively simple. As always, with a launch, there is always going to be some sort of risks. Space is safe, but there's never risk-free launches. There's always a chance that something could potentially go wrong. But the engineers at NASA and their partners have done the best of their ability, and they have signed off that this rocket is safe. And the astronauts here, they sit in that seat trusting those people, and they are willing to go and take that route and be explorers and take those risks in order to explore on our behalf. Just taking a look here. Does look like we have some very dark clouds coming in from the south, but it does appear that the wind is blowing that, and we're getting some clear sky here at the press side. As you can see, those clouds are basically disappearing from view from all of our cameras, and we have a pretty clear sight of Orion right now, and just at the left side there, and a little bit of it more punched in. There's that telescope. As you can see, it's a little bit less hazy now, and you can start to see out that worm logo and almost make out that ESA logo. On the left of that screen, I'm going to try to center it, is that pad egress system. While they are on the pad, if something were to go wrong, this is a fully fueled rocket, they would be able to jump in these little carts there, and those carts would go all the way down to a Bearcat, which is basically an armored vehicle, which would be able to take them to safety. Now that they are within the launch vehicle, the launch escape system will take over that role of protecting them if something were to go wrong. Yes, the orange coating is an insulation ray. It's spray-on foam, or SOFI, which is used to insulate the vehicle when they have this liquid hydrogen, which is basically one of the coldest things you can get, and they want to make sure that that doesn't boil off, because it's hard to keep hydrogen in its liquid form, and that's one of the many reasons we had some issues with SLS getting off the pad, because hydrogen is it's very, very small. H2, it's just two two hydrogen atoms combined together, and they're very, very small, which makes it difficult to. It's always going to have some risk of a leak there. Methane is a lot easier to work with. See, I've seen many questions. Are they allowed to heat Hagebund on the ship? I don't know what Hagebund is, but they have a quite a wide amount of meals that they're going to be consuming. Multiple drink types as well, from juices to all that stuff. So they're bringing a lot of things, and they're definitely not going to be starving there in that flight. But it's not. They're not going to be eating a five-star meal. They're going to be using basically MREs while they're in flight, similar to what they have at the space station. Yes, there is a methane farm down the street at 39A, which SpaceX is working on as we speak. The Roberts Road facility is almost complete. They're working on the roof now, and cladding is coming up on the side as they prepare to bring Starship for the launch at the Cape, hopefully by sometime at the end of the year. I just want to again say thank you to Marcin. Can't pronounce your last name for the super chat. Hi from Warsaw, Poland. Truly historic day. Yes, this. I still haven't been able to completely wrap my head around the fact that in just around 2 hours from now, we are going to be launching humans around the moon, which to me is it's completely crazy. I'm going to pull up that view there from NASA. As you can see, the pad rats are getting ready to get everything ready before they final preparations before they close that hatch. Unfortunately, we don't know if any Apollo astronauts are here. What we do know is both the Kellys are located here at the press site, so we've seen them walk around. They were astronauts on the space shuttle and on Soyuz. They went to the space station. Some of them, they have quite a bit of time under their belts. So we've seen multiple astronauts from Canada, from the United States, and there's a lot of people here just waiting. And I am almost certain that Buzz Aldrin is going to be sitting at home and watching this mission, and he's definitely excited to see people return to the moon as well. Are there any scheduled moon landings planned? Yes, but not on this mission. So this is Artemis 2. We're basically recreating what Artemis 8 did 60 years ago. So we're going to be sending our astronauts. They're going to be flying around the moon. And in that case, they're just going to have a little go around the moon, and then they're going to be returning back. On Artemis, originally Artemis 3 was supposed to return humans to the moon, but again, with some delays to HLS, and in order to make sure we have a safer ride, they didn't want to test those launch vehicles basically with humans for the first time on the moon. So they're going to be testing those. They're going to be testing those in low Earth orbit for Artemis 3 as well. Do we know the pitch speed from Kim? Do we know the pitch speed and altitude before space aimed at before space? All of this really depends. Ultimately, I can't tell you the exact numbers, but of course they're starting here at a 90-degree angle, and ultimately speaking, they're going to be completely perpendicular, or I guess the side of the rocket's going to be parallel with the surface of the Earth as it goes in orbit. So since the Earth is round, as they get higher up in the atmosphere and they speed up to around 28,000 kilometers per hour, that's for low Earth orbit. They're going to speed up even more to go to the moon. But that's around the speed for, orbital velocity is around 7 kilometers per second. And then their pitch depends really as they pitch out through the mission. We know they're going to pretty much an equatorial inclination, going basically directly to the east. I meant to say, I don't know what I said. I meant to say Apollo 8. I might have said Apollo 9, which was another mission. I meant Apollo 8 with Jim Lovell and the rest of the crew. So apologies for that little mistake. Thank you for correcting me if I said so. Will the core stage be recovered, and will the second stage stay in orbit or re-enter? Good question. The core stage will operate similarly to the space shuttle. So the core stage will burn nearly to an orbit. It's basically going to be in orbit. The perigee is going to be over 0, so it's technically in orbit, but it's going to be in atmosphere. And that core stage is going to basically fall and crash into the ocean in the Indian Ocean. The second stage, which is the ICPS, which I'm going to pull up on your screen right now, that is going to also be deorbited after it deploys a couple of small sats. I had the pleasure of talking to some of the people behind the small sats on this mission, and I can tell you they're going to be doing some incredible things here. Notably, there's a small sat from Argentina, which is going to be testing a new sort of GPS system for navigation in space. Generally speaking, when we're navigating in space nowadays, we are relying on star trackers and telemetry data. So basically, they're going to be using stray GPS signals like we do here on Earth, which is directed, but basically bounced off GPS signals to be able to identify and position yourself where you are in space at a more space-saving and efficient design, rather than using larger star trackers, which rely on optics. They fly and they say, okay, there's Polaris, there's another star. We're going to use that. Therefore, we can map out where we're located. The Germans are launching a payload as well, which is going to be testing. Neurolaunch is going to be testing payloads in preparation for their moon rover. So they'll be testing the effects of radiation on their electronics. And the Saudis are launching a small sat, which is going to be measuring space weather. Great conversation, and I'm really looking forward to those. So after Orion separates from the ICPS and performs its proximity demo, that will be after they do that, the ICPS will turn around, it will ignite its engines, and it will be put in a re-entry course with the Earth. With that, the small sats will then deploy, and they will use their onboard propulsion systems in order to raise their apogee, so they get in a pretty high elliptical orbit with a perigee between somewhere around 300 kilometers and an apogee around 50,000 kilometers. Now, the Argentinian one doesn't have any sort of orbital maneuvering system, so that's just going to be a one-way trip before it re-enters. But the Germans are using a cold gas system powered by Xeon and a Xeon Oregon. And we just saw a little bit of a helicopter flying there in our shot as they're flying around. And the small sat for the Saudis is using a solid rocket engine. So once they get to the position, they're going to ignite those engines and get into their desired orbit. Taking a look to see if there's any more questions for me. We are approaching the T-minus 2 minute and 20 minute mark. I guess I get to answer more questions about my cameras. I love to answer questions about this. This is my tracking setup, and it is completely tracked by hand. On the top there, unfortunately, due to the cameras we're using, it's going to be a little bit out of focus. There's a viewfinder camera that I'll be using to take a little bit of a closer look at the rocket. And then there is obviously the scope. I'm going to be tracking everything by hand. So while I switch over to that, I'll give you a little demonstration. The joysticks I have allow me to slowly, and sometimes not super smoothly, adjust the camera. So as you can see, we can take a look down on the SRBs and a little bit of that venting. And hopefully during launch, we'll be able to track it as long as the weather stays good. First time using these joysticks, so I'm definitely a little bit excited to test all of these systems out and hopefully bring you guys some good footage. We'll be shooting 4K 120 here, so we can release in post. Some of our other cameras are shooting in 8K. The SLS tank is primarily driven because they're reusing it from the space shuttle era. It's almost reused. It's basically the components are not the same ones of the external fuel tanks, but they're using a similar design and similar components from the external fuel tank from the shuttle design. So we're using the technology they have there to build that as well. Question from Marcin. Are all the cams zoom based or are the remotes closer to the pad? Good question. We have all the cameras that you can see here. I'll even show you every single one we have here. We have no host. We have me. Hi guys. We have our pad there. We have our telescope. We have our wide angle. We have our clock shot. We have our wide angle press sight. We might activate some more cameras as we get closer to launch. But all of those are based around here. Our rocket chasers for the team have positioned a couple remotes on the pad within only a couple hundred meters from the launch. Unfortunately, due to regulations here, you are not able to transmit live feeds from the launch pad in order to mitigate the risk of RF frequency interfering with anything. So there are going to be photos and videos that will be posted by our rocket chasers following the launch. But we also have a couple rocket chasers which will be positioned down by the clock here, along with the other people while we sit here and cover the launch and give you guys that live broadcast. Question from Sky Capture production official. How automated is the launch system and what role does the astronaut play and can the rocket do a fully autonomous mission? Yes, so Artemis 1 was a completely autonomous mission. There was no crew on board. There was also no life support on board. So all of those systems were simply based off of computer things and they didn't need any adjustments. So the Orion capsule is completely capable of flying alone. And it will be doing so for the first few stages of flight. You really don't necessarily want to have a person flying a big spacecraft with a joystick while they're flying up through the atmosphere because that's rather difficult to control. The space shuttle did require a pilot to fly it down and land on the runway, but Orion is going to have computers which control it through reentry to landing. And basically, the entire launch will be controlled by computers, but it's important, since this is a test flight, to test as many of our components as possible. And that involves having some sort of human flight as well. We are sitting just around 3 miles from the pad here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. There's around 1,000 other people here, so it's quite packed, and we have our tent here alongside with some great other groups here, and we're giving you that live coverage. We don't know how the doors of the elevator are going to react to the SRBs. That's really only something we'll have to test and see as we fly. Good question. What are the 3 big towers on? Right now you see 3 tall ones and one that is with the rocket. So those are lightning masts. We're in Florida right now. We have some thick storm clouds to the to the south. And in the event that those came over the pad and those were lightning, you don't want to have a lightning strike on the rocket when you're on the pad. So these are basically lightning towers. There's a couple wires that connect them in order to reduce the chance of lightning hitting the rocket whilst it's on the pad. And we're also not going to be launching a rocket while there's lightning in the general proximity in order to reduce the lightning strike of the vehicle. We will be having live footage from many parts of the flight, which we will obviously be bringing to you as we get them. We'll be having our Artemis 2 tracker up as soon as we have those resources to bring you those. We don't know how much of it is going to be completely live, but we have been told there's going to be a live stream pretty much for the entirety of the mission. Could a lightning cause a catastrophic failure? We had a lightning strike on one of the early Apollo missions to the moon. It did play with and mess with some of the electronics, but they were able to get everything working again. Planes are struck by lightning all the time. Usually it's not that big of a deal. But again, they want to prevent it just in case. They'll be at the moon approximately 4 to 5 days after launch. They will not be wearing space diapers for the entirety of the trip. Micah X 1994. They will be wearing those for the launch period, and then they'll be using the Orion onboard laboratory in order to do what's necessary. As again, it's a 10-day mission. You wouldn't want to be sitting in that for 10 days. The astronauts, a couple questions here. I'm going to answer them one by one. There are a lot of tasks, a lot of science that's going to be performed. Notably, Victor Glover will be piloting the flight manually for a duration of the flight while they're doing the docking simulation. There's going to be a lot of science experiments, but mainly they're just preparing for launches to the moon as well. It's been 50 years, and we got to make sure that we're ready for that launch as well. They are actually allowed to bring mobile devices. For the first time, they're going to be allowed to bring, according to Wiseman, they're going to be allowed to bring their phones, also known as iPhones. They're going to be bringing some iPhones, which allow them to take some photos and all that stuff. We don't know what's going to be on them. We've just been told there's going to be personal things like pictures of their family and those things. And, yeah. There is a helicopter flying around here, and that is a NASA helicopter. What is the closest approach to having the moon, and what's the furthest from distance they're reaching? They are going to be around 8,000 kilometers off the surface of the moon. So at its closest point, the moon's going to look like the size of a basketball. So they're a little bit farther. They're farther than the Apollo 13 mission went by quite an amount. So this will likely become assuming everything goes to plan, this will be the farthest mission of any human going. Internet will be provided by radio frequency bands, most likely S-band. I'm not entirely sure if it's S-band or K-band. Ka-band is usually used by the Starlink satellites since they're shorter, but it seems like many of these things are going to be utilizing S-band and the networks and ground stations we have land here. There's no Starlink to use right now, so they're going to have to utilize those radio connections. Basketball, when I say basketball, it's if they look through the window, the size of the moon will be approximately the size of a basketball. So it's going to fill up a rather big part of their windows. The moon does have a day and night, so we can expect to see some sort of dark portion at some sort of the time while they fly it as well. The dome next to the pad that you are seeing is the water deluge tower. It's basically a big water tower with hundreds of thousands of gallons of water, which will be released at launch in order to dampen the sound of the vehicle and protect it as it lifts off while we hear those mighty SRBs roll to life. I mean, this is a great question for Zach since he's Canadian. Why did they choose Jeremy Hansen if he doesn't have flight experience? Aren't there more experienced Canadian astronauts? Zach says, give him 10 minutes and he'll answer that question. From my understanding, it's due to the agreement that NASA has with the Canadian Space Agency for the arms for Canada arm, which was supposed to be used for Gateway, and that allowed them to get a Canadian astronaut on board as part of that deal. See a super chat. Will Orion have laser comlink to test too, or would it need line of sight? I don't know. That's something we would have to check on. They won't be using Starlink laser-based communication. There is a chance that use some sort of laser. I don't think so, but I could be wrong there. We do use laser to bounce off. We have laser reflectors on the moon, which we bounced off during the Apollo, and they still work today. but I don't know. How fast will Artemis travel around the moon? That's a good question. As a matter of fact, I'm going to check that out because I'm curious myself. It has to do with orbital velocity. It's going to be a little bit faster than Leo, which is around 7.8 kilometers per second. So we can expect higher than that because orbits are based off of your speed, based off of your velocity. So I'm going to see, actually, because I'm curious to see what that velocity is. The TLI velocity is approximately 10 to 11 kilometers per second. So that speed is going to slow down a little bit while they get closer to the moon, and the gravity of Earth is going to speed it up. So it's basically going to be at the slowest point at the top while it passes the rim of the moon. And it's almost like a slingshot. It's letting you throw a ball. At the top, it almost reaches zero, and then it falls down again. So that's essentially what's going to happen. And they're basically targeting a very, very small portion of the atmosphere in order to re-enter completely safely. Is there anywhere we can track? Oh, Ryan, while it's in flight. I'm happy you asked. Be sure to check us after launch as we get our tracker deployed. We did that for Artemis On. A lot of people enjoyed it. As long as we have the resources to do so, we intend on having a tracker that shows the position of it throughout, its, of course, the flight, and onboard cameras and anything you need to know about Orion. Will they be able to see anything left by Apollo? No. So even our orbiters that are in low lunar orbit, they are able to see something, but it's not detailed enough. Again, the moon, I think we kind of underestimate how big the moon is. The moon is small, but it's also big. We have a couple orbiters like the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which are able to take photos. And so that's how we know for a fact that we have landing sites. We can see those. The Russians have confirmed it. The Chinese have confirmed it. All these countries have confirmed these landing sites. But it's really hard to see a lot of detail. So unfortunately, they won't be able to see those flags, even if they have good optics, because they are going to be a lot farther away. Will the astronauts have telescopes or other devices to view close to the moon? I am almost certain they will. They'll be using some good Nikon cameras, and I would be surprised if they're not going to be using some 600 or 800 millimeter lenses in order to get some very close-up shots on the moon. I'm almost certain that that's part of the mission. Taking photos of the dark side of the moon it's a little difficult. I mean, you can see it, but again, you're going to be moving fast at many kilometers per second. So usually, if you take a photo in the dark here on Earth, and you put your camera on a tripod, you turn it on, you turn your ISO to what you need, and you turn your shutter speed down so that it takes multiple seconds to take a photo. That works when you're standing still. If you do that while you're in orbit, you're going to have some issues because then you're going to have motion blur. So I would assume they are just. It's going to be a little bit difficult from orbit because the speed they're moving. They might just have to use very high ISO. So they're going to be a little bit of grainy photos. But they have gotten Earthrise photos again. But I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to see that far side, at least with the camera. The footage depends completely. NASA will probably release some of the photos while they are flying, but some of the photos will probably take quite a while before they release. The photos are downlinked to NASA. NASA's going to have to do the editing required, and then there's going to be hundreds of gigabytes, if not many, many terabytes of photos that are on board this mission. Good question from Mousy 1010-1. Says astronauts are going to be on the dark side of the moon. Why is Orion or the crew not equipped with a powerful flashlight, especially for the pictures? Good question. They are orbiting 8,000 kilometers away, which is like 4,000 miles. That's like if I was in California, where I'm live and I tried shining a light on New York, if it was the line of sight, even if I had a super bright flashlight, and it was completely flat, there was no atmospheric distortion, that flashlight's not going to be strong enough to light up the Earth. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we have some landings on the far side of the moon in the Artemis program. They're going to be focusing on the south side, but the south side of the south pole of the moon does have lunar night as well, so they're going to be dealing with that as well. Though it's very, very cold during that, so that's why some of the rovers we send aren't able to last longer than 14 days, because that's the period of night. We have 14 days of night on the moon, and we have 14 days of daytime on the moon. Unlike here, we have 24 hours and 24 hours, or 24 hours a day and around 12 hours of night, 12 hours a day. Yeah, there isn't a dark side. It's the far side we're talking. Good correction there. Any side can be the dark side. If we have a new moon here, this suddenly becomes the dark side as well. Just catching up on a couple questions. What can delay from Yan9178? This is a good question. What can delay the launch? There's multiple things that can delay the launch right now. We are getting close to that 2-hour mark. The astronauts are on board in the thing, on board on the vehicle. We would show you some cameras right now, but right now they're just interviewing people sitting at Apollo site, and a couple people sitting sitting for launch view over here. So not too many internal views, but we are seeing a lot of people prepping on. But right now, the only thing that can really delay us is if there's a problem with the vehicle or if there's a problem with weather. Weather has cleared up right now, so as you can see on your screen, it looks like we're having a pretty blue day right now. We're going to pull out that wide shot showing the press side. And you can see those clouds, which we had originally at the start of the stream, are finally starting to go away, which I'm starting to become really, really optimistic here. The crew has board Orion. I can pull it up right here, as you can see on right here. They are currently the teams are currently preparing to close out Orion. They'll be leaving the launch site soon. And once we have a little bit more views from basically inside of the capsule, we'll be throwing those up as well. But until then, we have a launch. We have a live video of SLS, and we'll be answering questions. The wind has eased out a little bit. Our models aren't flying away. They would be at the main desk right here. And they are sitting there without a little bit of issues. So everything does seem to be clearing up for that launch in just around 2 hours and 2 minutes. Are there any satellites near the moon? Yes, there are. We actually have a couple of satellites in lunar orbit that are used to take photos of the moon, and they've taken photos of the Apollo sites and other things on the moon, and they've been used really important in determining if there's water on the moon, which we think there is on the South Pole, and that's going to be very, very crucial if we want to establish some sort of colony on the moon, and that's the main purpose why we're considering the South Pole of the moon for colonization, is because there's a chance that there's water under the surface. If they have that water, we can melt that into, if they have ice, we can melt that into water, and we can use that for either fuel, we can use it for oxygen, or we can use it for drinking as well. So that's the reason, that's the key thing. If there isn't water on the moon, it's going to be very difficult to establish a colony there. Yes, of course, we will go full screen on the launch pad when we are close to liftoff. We'll be going full screen on all of our cameras. You can expect to see multiple of the cameras in short succession. This one will probably be our main camera, and immediately once we have acquired tracking, we'll be having our tracking camera and the NASA feed as needed, because NASA will have some great shots. We are not using NASA at the moment because their feed is about 1 minute after delay, so expect to see them as well throughout the broadcast as well. Will we be able to see anything from California? Unfortunately not. This is going to the west. This is going to the east. There is a chance we see a little bit of Orion's re-entry, depending on where it splashes down. But it's going to be at an altitude when it orbits that you might see it if you have a telescope or if the conditions are right. It is going to, if it does target the beginning of the window, it's still going to be daytime when it crosses. So the chances of being able to see it are going to be a little bit low. What would you do at the side of the moon? Good question. I mean, right now, why do we have a space station? We're doing a lot of science on the space station, and some of the science we're doing on the space station is actually really important. We do a lot of medical science. We study a lot of things about our planet, and that's easy to have people in a laboratory. On the moon, we have different microgravity conditions. So from a science perspective alone, it makes sense to go to the moon in order to develop certain things that are easier to produce there. And then there's commercial aspects of going to the moon as well. Going to the moon would allow us to produce semiconductors like SpaceX has visualized it doing. They want to produce semiconductors on the moon because the microgravity environment of the moon allows for better production of those semiconductors because those wafers, the silicon on the wafers, for some reason, just works better in microgravity. I do not know the exact reason why. They will be landing back on Earth off the coast of San Diego, where they will be splashing down and then be recovered by a Navy ship. I don't know exactly which one, and I intend on asking that when I get a chance. What time is it in California? Well, it's 1:25, but this is launching from Florida, where the local time is 4:25 Eastern. And that means we've just passed that 2-hour mark for launch. There you can see we are 1 hour and 58 minutes. It's getting close. It's getting close. And with that, the man, the myth, the legend, he's returned yet again. Zach, how are you doing today?
Oh, it's so good. I just got off with another live interview, this one with, I believe it was Toronto, and it's just incredible the excitement that's happening in Canada and around the world with this launch. And we're keeping an eye on the weather. There's a little bit of wind. It doesn't look so great to the west, but that's okay. We're launching to the east. And ultimately, at this point, I haven't heard NASA saying they're working too many things. As we get closer to that final part of the countdown, we are going to patch up the NASA feeds and be listening into those a bit more because obviously they know more than we do, and we'll be taking that all in. But it's just incredible to be here. The atmosphere. I took a few minutes there to walk around the press site and just take this in. This doesn't happen often to have this type of an event happening, and so much energy and excitement and just smiles. I'm sure it's a long day for everyone, like you were saying. I'm
going to be honest. I'm really starting to feel it. We've been awake for over 12 hours now, and we slept less than an hour. So, man, I am feeling it soon. So I'm
what
ready.
You're saying is you don't want to do this all again tomorrow.
I'm going to be honest. I'm really hoping this thing goes today.
Do you need the RS-25 stress ball?
I might actually need this RS-25 stress ball here. Whew, the launch here is it's starting to get a little bit of a. You're starting to feel it. I'm not only feeling it in my eyes, but I'm also feeling like, we're about to send astronauts to the moon. Like, this is crazy.
We've talked. I mean, we've talked about this about a year, but I mean, people have been talking about this for decades, and it's just incredible to finally be here, finally be back at this point that we are looking at sending these people to the moon. The fact that we have a fully fueled vehicle, we have a crew on board. I need to check the status of where we're at in the countdown, but we should be getting close to the hatch closures in progress there. And after that, the closeout crew will clear the pad. Yeah. And at that point, we're really just running the count. They're doing final weather checks. And we go into the exciting part of the countdown where we get into that terminal count. At this point, I think it would be worth noting, just because of how long we are into the countdown, if they were to need to recycle for another day, I have a feeling we'd be leaning to a 48-hour, not a 24-hour, just because we would have to detank the entire vehicle. Not saying we're looking at that, but just for your guys' awareness, this is a test flight. So you keep in mind, and NASA has said this in every briefing, then they've tried to nail it into us as media. There's launch fever. Don't get me wrong. We all feel it today. We all want to go. We've all been out here days in the hot sun, which us Canadians sometimes don't like.
There's a reason I'm wearing long. It's hot here in the Florida sun.
You're hiding your burn. I'm showing it all off. I can't hide it. It's on my face. But you know what? I got to talk to astronauts, so it was worth it. Just next time, bigger tent.
Bigger tent, yeah. I mean, we already have, the limit was 10 feet. We have 10 feet. Zach's sitting inside. Due to the size of our tables, I'm outside, but luckily the sun...
We're definitely using like a 25-foot by 10-foot space.
We're getting comfortable here. I mean, but it's definitely, we got a good site here in order to bring as good coverage as possible. And I must say, I'm a little happy about the clouds that are showing there, as long as they stay there, because I want those so we don't get the sunburn. But I want it to stay clear there on the pad. I'm going to bring up the shots there again to give people a view. We should be able to have a clear view for pretty much a lot of the time. Unfortunately, there is a little bit of that haze, but once we get into those higher altitudes, I think we're going to be looking pretty good there.
Yeah, and you can see there on even the edge of that image there, the press site with the clock and just the number of people there and the tents. It's incredible just walking down. As you said earlier, we had the Kelly brothers here. We've had some other guests, tons of astronauts walking around, some in their blue suits, so you know who they are. Many not in their blue suits, so you're walking by and you're just like, oh, that's, this astronaut from this mission. And it's a neat place to get to be here. And amongst them, just while they are also taking in the opportunity to be here and cheer on this crew of 4 as they get ready to fly around the moon. As always, if you're just joining us, though, welcome here to the launch pad. We are live from the NASA Kennedy Space Center at the historic LC-39 press site, just 3 miles away from the Space Launch System, which is fully fueled. It has its crew on board and is going through its closeout and hatch closure procedures. Launch control, just I don't even know what, not a mile across the street. Launch control teams have been on console for where are we at? About 48 hours now at this point since call to stations. It's a long countdown procedure. They go through rotations. But at this point, the team that is on console will be the team that take them through liftoff. Now, an interesting point to that is we call it launch control, and there's a reason. Once we clear the tower and get through that very first few seconds of ascent, everything actually gets handed over to mission control, which is at Johnson Space Center halfway across the continent. And that is where the mission gets taken over by Orion and mission control teams and will run the duration of the mission. Launch control is specifically here for the launch site operations. Now, just because they hand over the vehicle when it's in flight doesn't mean that they're done. They obviously now need to safe the pad, de-tank anything that's on the pad, and then in preparation for rollback, because they do need to move that mobile launcher and the crawler back to the VAB where they'll do checkouts. After Artemis 1, mobile launcher had a little bit of damage. Apparently putting the elevators on the side of the rocket might not have been the best idea. We learned that. We can't change it, but that's okay. So I'm curious to see how the elevators hold out for this one. And how the pad holds out. And that's one of the things that this is a test flight. They made some updates to the mobile launcher, and hopefully they'll be able to have a more rapid turnaround, because we do want to start seeing these missions, as the administrator said, not on the thing of 2, 3, 4 years. We should be at 8 months or even 6 months. And that's an incredible energy. And we heard from the congressman there that there is this momentum that we're seeing from all sides of all parties, that people are excited about space. I think there's so much that comes from it, and we need some excitement in the world. And
it looks like we're getting an update. The range might be no-go here, but they're still going to continue the count here. That could be a weather issue. We'll be putting NASA audio on right now.
We'll pull up NASA audio to stand by.
Pull out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. Mm-hmm. We have time, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets. The Space Force helps us out with this one, but we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked to, actually, Gary said it great, right? it's a huge team sport, and so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So, yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully, again, won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the heritage hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right. What a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon.
And sorry there, we just scrolled back and listened to that update from inside of the launch control room across the road. The countdown clock is continuing to run, L-1 hour, 49 minutes and counting. Teams at this time are not actively working any issues on the vehicle or in the ground support systems, but they are working an issue with the range. Now, the range is a wide variety of things, and what I'm going to tell you they're working on, I wouldn't have actually thought was part of the range. They didn't say anything about weather, but they are working an issue on the flight termination system of the core stage, I believe it is, and the team that is investigating and trying to solve that issue did ask for support from the launch control teams to validate what they are working. So at this time, they have said continue the count, proceed, but at this time we are working an issue, I guess sort of on the vehicle, but sort of on the range, and we'll just have to wait for an update on how that proceeds. I am going to try to get that up on the screen for you guys so you can see what the updates say while we continue through the timeline and the countdown here. As always, if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging me at the launch pad. I'll do my very best on answering those live myself. Or Magnus has been an absolute all-star today, taking over so many times while I've jumped on interviews. So I've said it to you multiple times off air. I'm going to probably say it to you multiple times on air. You are incredible, and thank you so much for everything you've done to make this possible. When I say Magnus has one-man this, you guys have no idea how much he has pulled together in the last 48 hours in making this possible and making this stream possible. So I know you guys appreciate it, and I appreciate it so much. You make me look good, you make TLP look good, and you are giving us, hands down, the best broadcast we have ever done here, and that is full kudos to you. So thank you. As we await to see if we get any more updates from NASA here, we're taking your guys' live comments and questions. Take a moment. You can also share out the stream by hitting that share button or copying the link and posting it over on your social medias. That's where you can stay up to date on the latest of the timeline of events and updates, and just getting people excited that we are getting ever closer to a launch here this evening, and as long as they can resolve those issues in the next hour and 45 minutes, it's going to be an incredible evening. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on these conditions that they are navigating. Of course, keeping an eye on the weather as well as we proceed through the countdown here. Just trying to get that headline up on the screen for you guys, trying to make it as simple as possible for you to have an idea on what the current status of the countdown is. We are testing many new pieces of equipment, and that's only thanks to your guys' generous support that we are able to do so. We're going to have a fun little segment come up here in the next few minutes, so make sure you stand by for that as well. A little bit of a tradition the astronauts do that we thought we might decide to take a little bit of part in while we can continue our countdown to launch here this evening. Catching up there. Do you see any buffering for the stream on your end? I don't think so. Everything looks smooth on ours. If we did, may have been a handover on the Starlink. If so, apologies about that. Magnus for the win. Yeah, absolutely. Magnus is an absolute pro. If you are seeing some buffering, take a moment, do a refresh for me. Sometimes that does help. Everything's looking solid on our end. So it may be just a YouTube issue. Keep in mind, there are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of streams covering this launch. So first of all, thank you for joining us here. We are honored that you've chosen to watch history with us here on the launch pad. But I bet YouTube's getting a little bit of a surge of activity as we are at this point in the countdown. So we're glad to have you here. Dan Amom's just popping in. Nice to see. Nice view you've got there, my guy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you jumping in. Thanks for being here. Catching up on the questions you guys are sending in the chat. Will we make the moon the 51st state? No. And I actually have a real answer on that, too. We can't. Under the Artemis Accords, nobody can stake claim to the moon as like property. Same thing with going to Mars. They can have their own properties. They can have their own habitats on the surface, but they cannot actually claim property or land. Now, not every country has actually answered or signed the Artemis Accords. We're well over 60 countries at this time, but of course, some of the biggest players have not done so yet, China and Russia. Hopefully, we will see them do that one day. They did agree to the Outer Space Treaty, so hopefully one day we can see that unified space of everyone cheering on the Artemis program as we continue to expand out to the moon and on to Mars. Christy, what are the flag materials? That's a really great question. One more time? Cotton, and some of them are polyester. And I don't know if Magnus can grab the black magic and tilt it just a little bit to that way. Just a hair. There's something special actually about these flags. Obviously, we're celebrating America 250 with this mission and Artemis program, but we've got the Canadian flag. But there is something really special about this U.S. flag, and we'll post a picture and a post about it a little bit more later. But this U.S. flag is not just a new flag we picked up at a store. This flag was flown over the U.S. Capitol last month in recognition of the launch pad and our Artemis 2 coverage. And it's really just such a great honor to have had that recognition of having something fly over the U.S. Capitol while we're in the middle of Canada 250. Woo, we jumped an H. America 250. And it's so special to have that, and even more on top of that, on the certificate of the recognition. They did dedicate it to my grandfather, who we lost last year, who we really would have loved to have here. So we dedicate this broadcast to him, and I'm not going to dive too deep into it because I'll be emotional with the launch already. So, but I do just want to take a very quick moment and say, if you have the opportunity, learn CPR. The crew's actually even going to do a CPR demonstration while they're in the influence of the moon. It's 8 hours of your time, but you never know how many minutes, days, or years you could give someone back and their family back. So take your time, learn CPR. It's super important. And miss you, Papa. Catching up on the chat. Magnus is getting some things ready for me. I think I'll probably move the Orion here. I've got a plug, and this is I'm not sure we're going to go all in. I don't know if we're going to go all. Oh, we might be. Oh boy, we might be going all in. We've got some time. We need a little pick me up. There is a tradition amongst the astronauts that prior to boarding your spacecraft, you do you have to have a last meal, right? Before you fly, before you have to eat all the dehydrated food and stuff. And actually, the menu for Artemis 2 is quite incredible. So we thought we've been up, as Magnus said, well over 12 hours. Realistically, we've been up like 36, pushing 48. So we thought we would bring a stove, and we might make some steak and eggs. A tradition that many astronauts have, as you can obviously not have fresh eggs in space, generally speaking, and even steak as well. So Magnus is going to pull some things out, and while I answer your guys' comments and questions, we're going to slip into a little cooking segment. This is not going to be fancy. This is not a how-to. Do not cook your meat like this. Cook it properly. But this is going to be our dinner, and we invite you to join us as we continue to count down to launch here and monitor for any updates that will be coming in from NASA. Now, I am going to turn up NASA's feed just in the background a little bit when they see if we get updates as we continue L-, 1 hour, 39 minutes, and counting until liftoff. It's already hot out here, and for some reason, we're going to make it hotter. This is amazing. Fire alarm tech guy 4444 says, at the launch pad, am I the only person nervous right now? I am for space travel, but I am nervous about the safety of the crew. Absolutely not. It is something that I think all of us here recognize there is a risk. The crew have addressed there is a risk as well. That we are, this is a test program, right? And really, space may never be at that point that it's, just like boarding a plane. I hope we get to that point, but in the next few years, we are going to be at the point of test, and even when things become testing routine, we're still going to be learning a lot. And I definitely believe that there are many of us here that do have, nerves in the background, but we understand where we're going. And one of the things with that as well is we're as prepared as we can be. Even us as press, we were briefed by NASA PAO on if there was, I'm not even going to say the word because I don't want to put it out there, but if there was a thing we do have procedures on what we are supposed to do within a set period of time, and that involves leaving everything and proceeding to a destination that has been assigned to us. So we do have those procedures in place. Same with the crew. They have the ability, while the hatch is open, to take the emergency egress zip lines away to a tank vehicle, and then they would be able to drive away from there. If the hatches are closed, the launch escape system is armed, and that would take them away from the vehicle should there be any issue. So nervousness is smart. But it's also, don't be over nervous. NASA has done everything they can to prepare for this flight, and ultimately this is what the program is all about. Poland Ball 2 is asking, what's the difference between T- and L-? That's a fantastic question. Thank you for sending that in. T- is your operational countdown. So in this launch countdown, the T- clock can hold. So right now we're at L-, 1 hour, 36 minutes, 31 seconds, and counting. But the T- clock actually would be at a separate time that could stop at a point. So the reason we use L- here at the launch pad is that's your real world time. That gives you enough time to understand if you want to go take a drink, go get lunch, and things like that. Where if we use T-, we might get to T- 4 hours and then sit there for 4 hours. And it can be a bit confusing. But that's a big part of the operational procedures of launches. There are things that have to be achieved at certain points. Now, not every vehicle operates where they do have T- holds. Falcon 9 does not have those public holds like the Space Launch System does, Shuttle does, ULA missions have holds as well. So it is something that we try to use L- for all of our missions just to make it easier for all of you. Sure. a new wide shot of the studio there, and we have a picture-in-picture to keep the rocket on it. You know, keep the rocket on the pad. This is brand new. I know you're not here for cooking, but welcome to dinner. You're invited. We'll go to the full rocket here in a couple of minutes, but while you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat. Magnus is the chef. He has been cooking this. So not only is he producer, tech person, he's also the chef. You didn't bring the butter. Oh, this is not going to work well at all. Boy might have fed me raw chicken earlier this week. Now he's going to give me a raw egg. It's okay. He'll eat it first. Artemis 2 launch day cooking ASMR. I mean, actually, we could do that. We could even give you stereo sound of eggs cooking if you really wanted it. Yeah, I could touch it. Yeah. MasterChef TOP edition, the lunch pad. It's our new podcast where we cook and talk space. Coming soon to the Launchpad Network. I mean, we're at least gonna get an egg, eventually. It might cook hot. Go put it in the sun. It might cook hot faster.
I haven't seen anybody talk about my hat yet. I think it's spectacular.
No one's talking about your hat. I think there's been more comments about my burn than your hat. Fairmaid says good morning. Why is he cooking an egg? Boy got hungry. I love that he's talking and they can't hear him at all. Magnus is saying that tradition has it that most astronauts do choose to have steak and eggs before they fly. So the idea was we were going to have steak and eggs. We might have runny egg or scrambled eggs, but we are going to have some. Oh, you know what? Hey, it's not bad.
It's doing something.
Why don't we take a closer up look at the rocket while I cook an egg and answer some more questions in the chat? You guys can send them in. Marty says he loves your hat.
I appreciate it.
Guest appearance by Gordon Ramsay. I don't know if he's here, but he's more than welcome to stop by.
They call the congressperson Gordon Ramsay.
Where's the steak? The steak is in the red, white, and blue American cooler, making sure that it stays good. I mean, I could, if we sliced it thin, we could cook the steak.
I mean, there's always a chance here. I mean, to the very end, as fun as it is to cook eggs and steak, we're here for the rocket, which is going in 1 hour and 30 minutes. So we need to focus on making sure that is...
Yeah, we are at 1 hour, 32 minutes and counting till launch. And you can see that venting on the vehicle continuing. We are keeping an eye on the timeline of events. One of the big timelines that we are waiting to see here will be when I'm just catching to make sure the right time. We are expecting in about 40 minutes from now, the launch closeout crew will depart the launch complex, and that will be the completion of all hatch closures. At that point, they will go to L-40 minutes and holding. There is a 30-minute built-in hold. I believe that's supposed to say T-minus 40 minutes and holding, excuse me, as they continue through the timeline. And then things really start to get exciting once we get into the 6 o'clock hour. That's when we have a go, no go for launch, visors down, final checks, and I'm assuming some speeches from the crew. If you're just joining us, though, welcome here to the launch pad and our live launch coverage. We're keeping an eye out for any updates from man thinks he's Gordon Ramsay. You did ruin the A. It's okay, it's mine. Why is the rocket venting? That is part of almost every rocket that to help balance the pressures in the vehicle while it is fully fueled and it is being topped with fuel. While it's sitting there, it is burning off a bit of that propellant. but they want to make sure, especially with the changes in the temperature, with the clouds that we've had in the sun. The sun is very hot, but when the clouds come in, it does actually get a little bit chilly. Sounds like we're going to have another helicopter come over here in just a moment, so bear with us. It's always a great day on the Space Coast when you've got all the NASA helicopters up in the air. Dan, why does it say FTS issues? NASA did confirm a little while ago that they are actively working an issue with the flight termination system. We are awaiting more of an update from NASA. We are keeping a close eye on this. If you can bear with me just a very brief moment. And we are going to just make a very quick adjustment. Take a look at the rocket. If you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad Network. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. And you are joining us live from here at NASA Kennedy Space Center, where we are now just about 90 minutes away from liftoff of the Space Launch System with the Artemis II crew. We're glad to have you all joining us live here. If you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream, and invite people to join us while we continue to count down to launch. We've got over 30 cameras deployed across the Space Coast, some within the fence of the launch site, many here in our production suite, as we continue to count down to liftoff. And we're answering your guys' comments and questions live right here on the air. So you can send those to us by tagging us at the launch pad. And I will work on answering those. Give me a brief moment, and we will do that. I have a question coming in. How will they deal with the moon rabbits during the flyby? That's a great question. I'm really excited to see what they do for Easter. When the crew arrived, it was actually really interesting that someone brought up that when Apollo 8 flew, it was leading into Christmas. And here we are with kind of the next generation's Apollo 8 with Artemis 2, and we're leading into Easter. So it's kind of a neat situation to be there. If you're just joining us, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you are watching from. We'll do some shout outs there as well. Earlier today, we were joined by a congressman who represents the area to talk about everything that was happening with the space flight and with today's mission. Marcine says, how many shuttle engines and subs remain for use? There are, I believe, 4 more RS-25, so enough for one more mission on previously flown RS-25s. On this one, actually, I have notes. My notes will come in handy here. We do have the information on what vehicle engines we have. So on board RS-25 here today, we do have engine 2047. That first flew all the way back in 1998 on Discovery. It last flew on STS-135 on the last flight of the space shuttle in 2011. On board SLS today, we also have engine 2059, which first flew on Atlantis in 2007. And last flew on Endeavour in 2011 on Endeavour's final flight. We have engine 2061, which flew on Endeavour in 2010 and in 2011 on the last flight of Endeavour. And then engine 2062. We were supposed to have 4 previously flown engines on this vehicle, but we did ultimately have a whoops. There we go. We got the shot back. That's all right. We did ultimately have them change out the engine to be engine 2062, which is technically new. It has not flown previously, but it is flown, is assembled with all previous hardware that was built for the space shuttle. So that is on board. So 3 previously flown engines and 1 new engine. There are a number of others ready for Artemis 3 here as well. The part that interested me the most was actually taking a look at the SRBs on the side, and I got to speak to former astronaut, retired astronaut Doug Hurley, who now works at Lockheed Martin yesterday, and that interview will be coming out in the next couple of days. The SRBs are made out of many different segments, and the skirt And there's actually a part on this booster, on one of the boosters, that flew all the way back in STS-5. So we are flying things that have flown from the last flight of shuttle all the way back, all the way to STS-5, which is truly incredible heritage that'll be flying on board Artemis 2 here today. Unfortunately, it does mean it's all going to end up in the ocean, but that is ultimately part of this program as we get ready for the next kind of standardized version of SLS, where we do hope to, see maybe do we consider recovery again? NASA hasn't looked at that, but we've seen lots of changes, so maybe we do. These SRBs are reflying because they were reused after the Space Launch System. So we'll be seeing what the future holds, but the SRBs and the core stage will not be recovered from this flight here today. Lots of people just jumping in the chat. Welcome here. We're glad to have you joining us. If you have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging me at the launch pad, and I'll do my very best on answering those live while we continue to count down to launch of Artemis 2. Taking a look over my shoulder, 1 hour, 24 minutes, 8 seconds, and counting till liftoff here this evening. And, we got a bit of clouds, but the clouds are being kept over towards Titusville. They're not being kept over the coastline. As you can see, we do have a really nice shot there looking at the pad, and we are hopeful that it will stay this nice clear view for liftoff here today. Alex Davis asks, is the RS-25 still in production? It is in production, but not the traditional RS-25. There's a new generation, the RS-25E, that is in production, and we had that confirmed in a recent briefing that they do have at least 2 of the RS-25s E's that have already been produced and gone through their hot fire testing. The third is under production as they ramp up to support the upcoming Artemis program. They, of course, will pick up that production. We haven't produced RS-25s in quite a while, so that's what we're seeing here as they bring on this new engine, kind of an upgraded engine built on the same flight history. Great question. Thanks for sending that in. Bear Blue says hi from Cornwall, 5 miles away from Goonhilly Tracking Station. That's awesome. Welcome. Great to have you here. Amazing tracking station over there. Excuse me. We are awaiting an update from NASA, if there is any, on the status of that issue that they were working on earlier here this evening. I haven't heard anything as of yet on the timeline, but we will see as that countdown clock continues to count. That is a really great sign on the status of where we are at, and you can see the crews. We'll try to get that back up on the screen here for you guys in a moment, but you can see the crews that are working to close the hatch as well. So the outer hatch of the fairing is still open at this time as they continue to work towards hopefully a liftoff attempt here in under 90 minutes now, which is absolutely incredible to say that. It's going to become busy very, very quickly. Few hours ago, the crew suited up and journeyed out to the launch site. They've been out at the pad for about 2.5 hours at this point in the Orion capsule in their position. I'm sure they're eager to get underway and begin this journey that they have trained, but they have done this simulation thousands of times that many times you speak to astronauts that launch day just feels like another simulation, but then all of a sudden you end up in space. Unlike the hatch opening and you're still there in the training facility. So the crew is ready to go, and we're just keeping an eye for any updates that is coming in from NASA on the status of that flight termination system. I am going to take a very, very brief pause, if that's all right, and hand you over to Magnus to continue answering your guys' questions. While we continue to count down to launch, stay with us right here on the launch pad.
All right, good. Hello, everyone. Bear with me here as I get our system back set up here again in preparation for a couple more questions and answers. Let me get that rocket feedback on for you guys, and here you go. It's great to have you guys. I'm back here covering for Zach for a little while. Keep on sending your questions, and I'll do the best of my ability to answer them here as we prepare for launch. We are just around 1 hour and 20 minutes away from launch here of 4 astronauts to the moon. I know we've mentioned that many times, but I think I still can't personally get over the fact that in just around less than 1.5 hours, we're launching humans around the moon. Moon isn't up yet. It's going to come up. Judging based on how it was yesterday, the moon should rise just before that launch. And that's going to be pretty special, being able to actually see the destination while we're down here. So keep on sending questions if you have any things, and we'll keep on answering those live here on the launch pad. I'm going to switch you guys over temporarily to the tracking rig just so we get a little bit of a closer view here of what we can expect. As you can see here, we have quite a bit of venting here. It's difficult to see any major changes right now, but as you can see, we'll pan down this rocket now, and you can see this thing is ready to go while we solve that range issue. Once that's solved, clock is still ticking. I don't think there's going to be an issue about fixing it, and I'm super excited for what is to come here in not too long from now. They are continuing to close that hatch, as you can see right here.
Make a nominal main engine cutoff and pursue a moon mission as expected. Again, these MECO targets give the flight control teams and crew an idea of what lies ahead should one main engine be lost, but assumes we are otherwise continuing to a main engine cutoff target. This differs from an abort, where the Orion capsule separates from the Space Launch System prior to the planned separation time. There are abort options at every moment that integrity is attached to the Space Launch System, from the pad to more than 3 hours into the mission. During the first 8 or so minutes of powered flight, there are 3 abort options. First is the use of the launch abort system, which you see at the very top of the rocket, and here in the White Room where the hatch is open and teams are working to close it. This particular abort capability can be used from here at the pad through roughly 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight. Next is an untargeted abort splashdown, or UAS. This uses Orion's service module engines to escape the SLS and becomes available immediately after the launch abort system jettisons. Third is an abort once around, or AOA. You'll hear a Capcom Stan Love call AOA open around 7 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. This also uses the service module engines, but the burn profile is a bit different to aim for a splashdown in the Pacific after one trip around the Earth. NASA's expedited recovery teams are staged off the coast of San Diego to get to the crew and integrity quickly for this abort option. An AOA option continues to be available until solar arrays are deployed on the Orion service module a little more than 30 minutes into the mission. At this point, an abort to orbit, or ATO option, becomes available until separation from the upper stage around 3 hours and 23 minutes. Mission profiles can vary depending on when an ATO is executed in that window, but with power being drawn from solar arrays, it buys more time for astronauts and flight control teams to make decisions and stay in Earth orbit, return for a splashdown, or continue to the moon. The Artemis II crew and flight control teams are well trained on all of these scenarios, and the calls you hear to the crew on Orion to Earth may help them be in a ready state for whatever challenge may come their way. At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in mission control in Houston, Texas. That would be showstoppers for today's launch. We're continuing to, of course, monitor the countdown along the way and make sure all systems are go for when we reach T0. With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space Center.
All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch, so that's a good thing.
Cappy.
You heard it there from NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the counterbalance assembly mechanism is a good thing, because it means we are getting closer to launch. So that's amazing news over the loops that we just heard on Orion to Earth 1. Again, that communication channel with the crew. But now I want to get back over to Daryl with the launch.
All right, guys. As we got a little bit of input there from NASA, who was commenting, it looks like they're solving those issues, and we are continuing with just 1 hour and 14 minutes until that launch. We're still prepping those. Closeout crews are closing that hatch, and they will be leaving not too long from now. And again, as they said, they are not tracking any major issues in order for this launch to occur. We are getting close here at just 1 hour and 14 minutes. As we wait here, I mean, the conditions here are starting to get ecstatic here. They might have fixed, it looks like they fixed all the issues. Literally, the range is green, which is incredible. And let's see if they have anything to add on to that.
They asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints. Clear board here is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
All right. With that, we have confirmation that things are starting to look good here. We are feeling the energy here as those clouds seem to have moved away. It is nearly completely clear and cloudless over that SLS rocket. I'm going to bring in that weather cam. As you can see, this wide angle shows the clock in the lower right hand. It's going to be a little bit tight, and you can see the SLS in the corner. The range is clear, and I repeat, the range is clear. This is super important right now. We're getting close here at just 1 hour. We're 70 minutes away from launching humans back to the moon here. And that clock is continuing to tick. There does not appear to be any issues here. And the time is going. In just around 70 minutes from now, considering no other issues, we will be heading back to the moon. Now, as we click down, I want to keep on showing this if possible. The hatch is closed. We're going to put that up right here.
And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking out here.
They have closed the hatch.
All the clouds are moving north and moving away from us. It's all good news.
And so, as we know, we have our Leah Martin down there at the Banana Creek viewing location, and she's standing by with some other guests.
So as you guys just heard there, they are in the process of closing that hatch right now. With that hatch being closed, The pad crews are going to evacuate from the launch site, and they're going to prepare for that launch. As you can see, we still have that live view on our screen of the SLS rocket as it continues on. We'll see if we can get some audio from them once it gets cleared. Unfortunately, we have a little bit issues getting that in, but we are working it. We do have microphones set out here in the field to capture stereo audio of that launch when it goes off, to try to really capture the power of those RS-25 engines as we get closer to that mark. As you can see, the hatch is closed. This is a huge deal. As they latch it up, those teams will start to move back from the rocket, which is on the pad right now, and we expect them to leave in not too long. They will evacuate in what I like to call the ice cream truck. And with that, the teams are almost there. The crew is on their own, along with mission control, guiding them through that terminal count, which is getting surprisingly close at this point in time. Again, we have about 1 hour left to launch. If there are any remaining questions, we have still an hour to kill. Once we get closer to that launch window, we're going to take a quick break and transition into launch mode. That means our tracking setup right we have here is going to be activated for launch. As you can already see, we have some pretty crisp and good views here for you guys today. And once we get that point, those are going to be activated for launch mode. All of our cameras, which we have right here, are going to be activated so that we can get as much footage as possible. But we are, again, as they said, we are just around 1 hour and 8 minutes around from launch, and they are counting no issues. Again, we'll keep those shots up of the rocket right now. I think we're going to transition now over to a shot showing both the shots of our rocket on the pad as we get closer to that launch. That's what you guys are here for. We're all here for that rocket as we get closer to launch. Again, at T-minus 1 hour and 7 minutes. Again, if there are any questions, feel free to ask them. If not, we are going to continue to watch as the rocket prepares for launch. We'll pull up that hatch, which is getting closed right now. As you can see, they're doing the final preparations, making sure that Orion is completely ready for launch. Following that, they will retract the crew access arm after the teams have left. The flight. The abort system is armed, so if something does go wrong with the rocket, the crews are ready to fly away and splash down off here in the coast of Florida. But again, we are tracking no issues. Everything is looking good here, just around 1 hour away from launch, and the clock is rolling. We are waiting to see. I'm waiting to see if we can get some of that, if we can get the moon up here, up in shot, which would be nice. We were able to see it yesterday, but it depends a little bit on the conditions. The clouds are moving towards the west, so those southern clouds have moved, and the corridor for launch does appear to be completely clear here as we prepare for that launch set. And there goes a camera there as they prepare to activate. They're doing some final checkouts there on the hatch, which is required. But again, from what we've heard, there are absolutely no issues here with the launch. NASA has said it is go, and we are just waiting here for the count.
You see them checking.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses That's to protect those hoses from FOD, so we don't want any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them. So you can see Andre there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning up the white room.
And so they'll tape that close. You just saw number 5. Number 5 holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, you know, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like, all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number 3's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his suit there. That's, again, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If, you know, gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the white room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
The crew now, another live view of them inside Orion. Jeremy, Christina, and Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen. What do you think they're thinking right now, Nicole?
Oh man, just over an hour to launch. You know, there's probably a little bit of a lull right now, monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's got his feet crossed. So I think just trying to relax and, you know, pass the time by maybe thinking through the items that they're going to monitor through the launch, you know, the different jobs that each of them have throughout the launch. And once they get to orbit, you know, this first day on orbit is actually really busy for them. They've got, you know, 2 burns that they have to monitor. They've got to get the system set up, and they've got to get the cabin set up. So there's a lot going on in the next 24 hours for this crew. I think they've got a couple sections where they get to take a nap, but I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time. So,
yeah,
you know, going through what's next.
And so as we say that, I mean, imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days. Let's take a look at what life will be like in Orion.
Artemis 2 is our first crewed
And if you are just joining us, welcome back here to NASA Kennedy Space Center, where we are counting down. Where are we at now? 1 hour, 7 seconds, and counting till the targeted liftoff of Artemis 2. This is an absolutely surreal moment. Moments ago, NASA administrator confirming President Trump has called just moments ago and is wishing his best to everyone involved, and that they will be watching from the White House this evening. Unfortunately, not able to actually make it down here for the launch tonight, but we are keeping a close eye on any updates from NASA as we get into this point. But ladies and gentlemen, we are officially less than an hour to the launch of a moon rocket with 4 astronauts on board. I can't believe I am actually getting to say that sentence. If you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream, invite people to join us. You are about to watch history in the making. Lots of questions coming in the chat. Lion, do y'all know if Buzz is at Kennedy Space Center? I haven't heard anyone say that, but I am looking at the building where there are a lot of VIPs, and there's a lot of VIPs on the roof. So, I mean, there's a possibility, but we have not heard that. I do know there are dozens of astronauts that have been roaming around the press site and around the launch area here. So I'm sure there are many special guests in the house. Sky Capture, does JPL manufacture any parts on SLS? I don't believe. I'm sure it's JPL. I'm sure they've done something, but I wouldn't. Most of the major components are done by. I know there's Boeing. I know there's Northrop. And of course NASA. So I'm sure JPL is involved somewhere in there. There are so many companies. I'm actually looking out over the vehicle assembly building area, and there is a flag from every department that has worked on the Space Launch System, and they had all of their teams sign it. I'm quickly skimming the ones that I can see. I don't see a JPL, but they stretch over the entire parking lot of the press site and the launch control area. So there are dozens of flags representing everyone that has worked on the Space Launch System here. Catching up on your questions in the chat. If you want, you can send those in the chat by taking me at the launch pad, and make sure that you are sharing out that stream. As I said, we are counting down now, less than an hour to liftoff, and we are keeping a close eye on the crew as the hatches have been closed on the Orion spacecraft. The Artemis 2 crew now officially on board Orion, and the closeout crew should be getting ready to depart the pad. If everything is running on schedule, that departure is supposed to occur in the next 8 minutes, and that'll be a great sign on how things are progressing with the countdown here this evening. Just making sure I stay up to date on the latest updates coming in from NASA here. We're not in the press kind of bullpen press room. So we're making sure we see any briefings or anything that come out to make sure that we can bring you guys the latest updates. If you're just joining us, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad Network, and you are looking at a live view of Launch Complex 39B, where 3 miles behind me, the Space Launch System is fully fueled. The Orion crew is suited up, strapped in, and the hatches are closed on the Orion spacecraft as we are counting down now less than an hour to liftoff. For the first time in over 52 years, we are inching towards that final moment where we enter terminal countdown and get ready to launch. Lots of buses coming in the area, and everyone getting set up for their viewing site here. I will say just a quick little programming note. When we are getting into those final minutes of the launch, we are going to move and shift some things around. We, of course, will patch in NASA's mission audio at that point, and we'll be showing our shots and their shots combined, so you're not going to miss anything. So do make sure you stay with us. And then following liftoff and a successful liftoff sequence here tonight, we will kick off our 24/7 live coverage where we'll be tracking Orion on its mission around the moon. Now, the first 24 hours, it will be staying within the Earth orbit, first a low orbit, then a high elliptical orbit, before conducting its TLI burn tomorrow evening, kicking it off towards the moon. And we'll be bringing you full live coverage of that. Chicken Ring, thanks very much for the super chat. Yeah, not landing this time, but very, very soon, 2028, we should have 2 lunar landings, and we'll have one more of these missions before then, where we will have Orion launch and dock with one or both of the HLS lunar landers in orbit to test them out, test the new spacesuits. There is so much happening in spaceflight. This is just a small part of it, but this is a huge part as we get ready to head back to the moon, lay a foundation, have a permanent presence with a new moon base, and then move on to Mars. Fairmaid says, I would love to be there, jealous of Zach and Magnus. We've been working, the last couple of days, but there's been moments where we've both stopped and just been like, this is surreal. How did we get to be here? How is this what we get to do for work? Last night I was saying while we were working, 10, 11 o'clock at night, a lot of people had headed out from the press site to come back early in the morning, and we were one of the very last few people that were out here, and it was just us and the moon rocket on the horizon, and you just had to take a moment, and it was almost a scene of a movie just sitting there. The moon rocket getting ready to be fueled and getting ready to go, and here we are, fully fueled and an Orion crew on board, and we're getting ready to launch people back to the moon. It is an incredible evening here tonight. The weather, the sun coming back out, as you might be able to see, but on that shot you can see clear blue skies across behind the Artemis launch rocket, and that's ultimately where they're going to be flying. So we can have clouds down the range, but as long as that Ascent corridor stays clear, keep in mind it's not just where the launch site is. Because this is a crew mission, we do have an abort corridor that goes out into the Atlantic Ocean. So there is weather we have to monitor all the way across to make sure that everything is clean and good. Catching up on the chat here today, what you guys are saying. Yeah, hoping to see the closeout crew leave in the next few minutes, and I believe we are seeing now on the NASA stream they are doing some final closeouts on the hatch, and they are getting ready to position the crew access arm to be in a state that they are going to be able to retract it away from the vehicle, and I will see if we can get that on the screen here in just a moment for you guys. So bear with me here as we're getting all of our cameras in position to make sure that we are ready for the launch here in a little bit as we get locked in. But at this time, the closeout crew is preparing for them to be able to retract the seals away that went from the White Room onto the Orion capsule, which is a huge milestone as at this time the crew is locked in the Orion capsule, and the White Room is getting ready to be retracted. Now under 53 minutes and counting till launch. Now remember, we do have a 2-hour window. They can hold if they need to. The big thing is the terminal count. Terminal count starts at 10 minutes. If we go into terminal count and we have to hold for some reason, we will have to recycle back out of it and then go into it again. So we are able to do that depending on what time they actually start here. I'm just going to see if Magnus can pull up the NASA feed, maybe in the split of our shot in the NASA feed as they get ready to clear the White Room for the retraction there of the crew access arm. Namaste asking, will we be able to see what the astronauts see live when they sling around the moon or at any time during? Yes, so we're going to be having a full 24/7 live tracker right here on the launch pad where you can stay up to date on the latest of everything Artemis 2. So make sure you stay tuned to that. We'll have live cameras from NASA from onboard Orion, and of course full coverage of the big events, the lunar flyby, the proximity test, and so many other things. It's going to be a busy 10 days. We're going to be bringing you full live coverage of that. I see some people saying weather up to 90%. That's a great sign. We're just adjusting the screen there. Bear with me, everyone. Is Magnus messing with the screens? Maybe. It's very bright out here, and the sun is now aimed at all of our monitors, so bear with me. You can see there on your screen the crew access arm being pulled away from Orion a little bit there, just that first initial part, and then we will see the whole arm swing away a little bit later into the countdown. We continue through this final moment of the counting. Rusty says, are there built-in holds in this last hour of the countdown? There is a hold, I believe it's the T-minus 40-minute mark, and we would be in that at this point now. That hold is for the crew to clear out the white room and final checkouts. So those are happening, but the countdown clock will continue to run as we head towards that, unless they decide that they do need to call the H word and delay the sequence here. Excuse me while I pull this out to make sure that we are catching up on all of the notes of everything that's happening here as we count down to liftoff. Think of this.
Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours and more than 40 different aircraft. So again, he probably feels pretty at home in the pilot seat of Artemis 2.
Yeah, I think he does.
He got to say goodbye to his wife and 4 kids. Again, those were the family that he had here at Kennedy Space Center before the 4 of them drove out to the pad.
Yeah, and you can see there, we talked about Victor's energy earlier, and you can see him working through, pushing some buttons on the displays. Looked like he was pulling up a procedure, so he's following along and ready to go, looks like.
And then mission specialist Christina Cook, sitting on the upper left-hand corner of the screen there, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, same class as Victor, served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. During that time, she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. How cool. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing,
and
community
CDR,
service, yoga, and photography.
Go ahead, NCD. There's a couple of suppressed overvolt messages. We're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right.
NASA test director.
We're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NTD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
NASA test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for a week. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Christina's looking too. And so there is your Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft. And this is actually the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're wondering about the first 6 crewed test flights, here they are. Gemini 3, Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965. Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11, 1968. Space Transportation System, or STS-1, John Young, Robert Crippen, April 12, 1981. Then NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020, followed by NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024. And now, Artemis 2 with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It is really surprising, honestly, to hear that through all these decades, through all these launches we've had, this is only our 7th new vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Yeah, you know, we have so many different missions that we think about and we talk about, but really 7 vehicles that we've tested and that we're flying. You know, I like to think of spaceflight really as a permanent test, right? We have, you know, hundreds of missions or so. You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands of data points. And so really spaceflight is always going to be in the test field. And I think it's important to remember that, especially as we put humans on rockets that we never have before, or for the 7th time we start a new vehicle and a new mission.
Just getting word now that White Room closeouts are complete. And so the closeout crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft.
But another
Each of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling, will report a go for launch from Houston Flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the Space Launch System. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and Ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from the Johnson Space Center, we'll be streaming the mission live 24/7 so anyone can follow the crew's journey, take peeks inside the spacecraft, and share the experience of a lunar flyby with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario their way. We are ready and eager to begin the Artemis II mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown, but we'll be right back with you during the Ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary.
All right, as you heard, we are still continuing that countdown. They have entered at this point in time. We have entered that T-minus 30-minute hold, which means we are basically holding now at this position for 30 minutes until we enter T-minus. But at this time, we are L-minus 35 minutes until launch of the Artemis II mission to the moon. We are continuing to follow along here. Weather does appear to be good, and we are not tracking. NASA's not tracking issues, and we are not tracking issues. All of our things are ready. We have the tracking scope. It is armed. Every single camera here is armed and ready for launch. Once we enter that T-minus 10-minute phase, we'll be ready to activate all of those cameras and get those things ready for launch. As you can see, we are still venting. Conditions are good. The haze has been reduced quite a significant amount since we originally started here. And we are still looking clear on weather. Just quickly here, showing the weather cam. We have a little bit of clouds rolling in there, but nothing too concerning. The wind has slowed down quite a significant amount. And we are looking forward to a launch now in hopefully just around 30 minutes. And they are not tracking any concerning issues right now. Once we start getting some more information from NASA, we will throw them back onto. We will throw those things onto the display as possible. Again, if there are any more questions here, we are going to answer those as we get closer to that launch mark. We are hearing some things here on the loudspeakers as we get closer to that launch point. That we're going to throw it back over to NASA as well and let them count us down until we return with all of our cameras.
That critical moment in that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust, and this is that point that is going to take them out of low Earth orbit into deep space, and it's going to set them on that nice path towards that lunar flyby. And I know we have talked a little bit about why this could be a record-breaking flyby and journey to the moon, and with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan so she can tell us just why.
Yeah, she's talking about the distance record set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. They were 248,655 miles away from Earth, and this Artemis 2 crew might surpass that on flight day 6 when they fly around the moon by more than 4,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles. And so we're going, I don't want to do the public math, but we're going much further than that. But, it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon. And the way we do that is by breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launch, like the time, the day. So we'll learn more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis 2 crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window. Feels really, really surreal here as more and more people come to gather on the press site lawn here at Kennedy Space Center. Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis 2 crew a safe journey.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you are the real deal. You're flying to the moon for all of us, and we are in awe. You're the true heroes.
You are not just astronauts. You are pioneers, venturing deeper into the unknown. But you are not alone. We will be all cheering you on from planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis 2 astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Gosling and I play a biologist who goes to space to save the planet in the film Project Hail Mary. But the Artemis 2 astronauts are going to space for real, and they will travel farther from Earth than any humans in history. Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis 2 crew.
I just want to say how proud I am of each of you and how inspired you make me. But it's not just about me. Your mission is going to inspire future generations of scientists, engineers, athletes, and dreamers to do something that they never thought possible.
Hey, it's Roy Wood Jr., and I want to wish the Artemis 2 crew a happy and safe journey to the moon, well, around the moon, to go around. I know what you're doing. You got to look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure it's somewhere to park, and then you park journey. Good luck.
It's actually a really good way to explain what how this mission builds. Again, we are hoping to land astronauts on the surface of the moon in maybe 2 years. So yes, we are looking around the moon on this lunar flyby mission to see where we might park. Thank you, Roy Wood Jr. Okay, and as we look at this live view of the rocket on the pad, there is a spectacular place here at Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana Creek viewing area. Why don't we go back there where the crowd is excited, and Leah has the best assignment ever, talking to people who are super excited.
Space Center, we are at L-minus 30 minutes and counting till launch of Artemis 2, humanity's return to the moon. 3 miles behind me is NASA's Space Launch System, built for Artemis 2 with the Orion spacecraft on board. 3 NASA astronauts, 1 Canadian astronaut on board. The hatch has been closed. The closeout crew are departing. We're waiting to actually most likely see them drive by as we go into the final 30 minutes, which means we're just 20 minutes away, if everything continues to go as planned, to entering terminal count. Now, reminder, we do have a 2-hour launch window here today. We are proceeding towards the opening of that window, as we have been all day. They are targeting the second that it opens, reserving all of the 2-hour window that we have, and we are keeping a very close eye on that, listening into NASA for updates as we continue through today's countdown. It's going to be a big day for humanity if we can get off the ground here today, but if we can't for some reason, we do have backup opportunities starting as early as tomorrow, running until the 6th, and then we have a break until the 30th, which we then believe will be the opening of, again, another about a week window, but NASA has only confirmed the 30th at this time. We got lots of people tuning in from all over the world. If you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream, invite people to join us as we count down this last half an hour. This is where the excitement gets going. This is where we have a lot of fun, and we look forward to bringing you the sights and sounds of liftoff here. We were listening into mission control audio not too long ago. Teams are working a few little things, but it didn't sound like anything they didn't believe that they would be able to close out by the time we get to a T0 here at this time. But of course, we will be listening in to that, and we're going to do our best to patch in the audio as things happen, because we do expect to hear most likely from Jared Isaacman, to hear from the launch director, and actually here's Jared Isaacman right now.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. The energy here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch, and now we are thrilled to welcome NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, we're really entering a golden age of exploration. How will Artemis 2 set the pace for the coming years?
Well, I mean, Artemis 2 is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces. We'll go into Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see a moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis 4 in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations that's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here, bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
I talk about this all the time. One of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis 2 know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission right now, so getting them ready for launch, that will be watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash down off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities. And everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis 2, Artemis 3 is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us. Jared Isaacman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these people behind us. I literally, every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Yes. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our return to the moon.
Yep. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the NASA Kennedy Space Center press site, where we are continuing to count down now less than 24 minutes and counting till that opening of the launch window for Artemis 2. We just heard from NASA Administrator actually speaking. I could see where he was speaking just off on the building across the parking lot from us. Some words from him there. And yes, the crowds are beginning to gather, and teams are beginning to come out of the vehicle assembly building. And everyone, you can just feel the energy. Every hour it's been getting more and more and more. Even though most of the media have been up for like 2 days straight, we're all still kicking, and it's because the energy's here. We are here. We are here for a launch. And things are continuing to tick down nominally. We're keeping a close eye on that countdown clock just down the hill from us here to keep any updates coming in from NASA. I do expect as we get into that terminal count moment that we will have less of these videos that they're going to be showing and be locking in to listening into mission control, of course, as we have the go, no go for launch operation to go into terminal count at T-minus 10 minutes. But an incredible day here. Taking a look at the weather again, the wind keeping the clouds away. And in fact, even the awful clouds that we've had all afternoon off on the horizon away from the launch site, even those are starting to break. And it is turning into what could be an absolutely perfect cloud-looking condition. Obviously, NASA monitoring the weather all along the Ascent corridor and in the abort zones should they need to use those for any reason. But the countdown clock continues to tick.
I mean, just taking a look here on this punched-in shot, it was, you could almost not see anything earlier today. The haze has been dropped. We have a clear view. There is not a cloud in what we assume is the Ascent corridor. And we are preparing here just 20 minutes now from launch. And it is, it is almost insane that we're here and we are ready for this launch. I mean, this is, I would want to say more, but I honestly do not have words.
I don't know what to say.
I mean,
we're taking commentary breaks, and it's not because we don't want to talk to you guys. It's just the energy, and it's hard to capture what it's like being here.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of energy we have, people I haven't seen this many cameras anywhere. The amount of people on this field is growing as we're showing, and it's insane. I mean, take a look at these shots right here. You see people gathering by the clock, and we are getting ready for this launch.
Yeah, and it's incredible as we come down to where are we at? Let's see the clock here. We're at just under 21 minutes. The NASA feeds have a bit of a delay on them. But yeah, coming down to that 20-minute mark, that means we are minutes away, if not already active. The people right across the street are probably in an active go, no go right now to determine whether we go into terminal count for the opening of this window to go back to the moon. This is not something we have done in 52 years, and I know we keep saying that over and over, but these milestones that we are hitting, especially, a lot of people said, why didn't we do another wet dress rehearsal? We've had a fully fueled rocket on the pad for hours, and it's doing well. The crew's doing well. We're looking at weather.
I mean, the rocket today has performed exceptionally well and honestly exceeded all my expectations. We've gotten through this entire countdown, getting towards past. We just got through the 20-minute mark, and we haven't had a single hold yet. We're just 9 minutes.
Oh, now you said it. Now they're if they call one, blame Magnus.
We are just 9 minutes and 40 seconds away from.
I'm going to cut you off. The closeout crew has just driven by the press site and are waving to people. Actually, they're pulling in to the press site.
The closeout crew is going in. They're actually going to pull in here. They're blocking the road there, and they are preparing. They're here to watch the launch as well.
Yeah.
It means we're going to switch over to our punched-in shot and split that, so that you can start to see that crew axis arm retract. Which should. Do we have a time for that retraction?
Let me check that. Crew axis arm retract should be T-8.
So we are getting close there. Just around 10 minutes from now, we will have crew axis arm retraction. And, it is getting real right now.
So if everything runs on the timeline that NASA released, at this point, Orion teams have now transitioned Orion to Earth communication loops in preparation for flight. And in about 120 seconds from now, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the launch director in launch control across the street, will call a go, no go for launch operations. If she receives a go from her teams in T-minus 15 minutes, the flight crew, the Orion Artemis 2 crew, will be visors down, and they will begin a short purge verification of their suits. And then we hit T-minus 10 minutes, where we step into terminal count. At that point, if for any reason we do pause, don't be worried if we do. This is a test flight. We will have to recycle back and then go back into a terminal account. But we can do that. We do have a 2-hour window. And if we get into terminal count, the goosebumps have been growing for the last couple of hours.
Yeah, and getting close there, we're going to get NASA up here.
Into the Artemis era.
And we're starting to hear a little bit here on those comms. Let them talk here.
The next generation.
Here comes that pull.
Let's see, GLS, can you help us with that, please?
They want to be the crew wants to be the shoulders that the next generation can climb on.
001.
I think it's in their patch. We're going for all. It's in the name of their capsule, integrity, representing humility and the professionalism of everyone that got them there today. So proud of them. We love them. We're excited for them. And we cannot wait to see what they see.
Just leveraging everything we've learned so far as an agency, taking us from Apollo now to the launch pad here, 39B, with Orion and SLS poised to again fly us into the history books. And before we leave you now here at the host desk to get back into operations, we just wanted to answer one question for you guys. We asked you earlier on today, what are you most excited for? And we asked you to go vote on Instagram and Twitch. Instagram, you guys said launch. Twitch, you guys said lunar flyby. So I think you guys will all be very excited since we are now about 17 minutes from the opening of our launch window today. And so with that, as we approach terminal count, let's send it back to Daryl Nail in firing room 1. Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule's inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned. And one quick thing as we count down now, we are getting into the final minutes before liftoff. There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet, but this is a list of the cutouts. There are 150 cutouts that are included for this 2-hour launch window, and that's important. They're in very small print. That's important because there's basically 16 minutes inside this window that they cannot launch. And these are because of small things flying in orbit. There's a lot more things in orbit than there were back in Artemis 1 when we had 35 to 40 cutouts. For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time between 2 seconds to 23 seconds, but you'll hear the NASA test director talk through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding. And so now I'm listening to the launch team get ready to merge their operational channel. We're now entering one of the most consequential phases of launch day, and that's terminal count, the final 10 minutes.
And OTC, NTD on 212 for comm check.
Good comm. How me?
I hear the same. STC? GTC?
GTC is on 212.
All right, copy that.
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding confirming communications with his team. There will be 2 polls that we'll hear. One from Spaulding, the NASA test director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed. At this point, we have a clear board, no constraints, but we need confirmation from each individual on the NASA test director team. So we'll hear him poll his team. The other poll that we're waiting for is the poll from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will take that final status from NASA management before giving the go to come out of a hold. And you're seeing the clock count down at L minus 12 minutes.
CCL, OTC, Orion, RS1.
CCL.
Yes, sir. Reconfigure ARS primary loop ISO valves.
Copy, that's in work.
And CDR, OTC, Orion, RS1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Go.
Yes, I had a discussion with Sea Ice and with MER Manager regarding the observation the Sea Ice had a few minutes ago. They were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. MER Manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a Sea Ice or MER Manager perspective.
Okay. Copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
And CGLS NTD, cancel pending, please.
GLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of count. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold. CVSE OTC.
CVSE 400-290, looking to verify that we are configured for Ascent. Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming.
Copy.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004. S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this was transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see, LPE NTD. Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Stand by, let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC, please?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be O-CT-004.
Thank you.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
And COSE, while we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds. Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good luck now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Right. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, Launch Director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you...
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, is that your only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete.
Copy. Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And Launch Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO's go.
Safety Console.
The Safety Console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston Flight.
Houston Flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crews go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range Weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And into the Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work.
All right, we are just waiting in here as the clock is supposed to resume here in the next few seconds. On your screen is a live view of that clock without the NASA display. We are waiting here patiently. We have received the go for flight. There are no constraints at this point in time, and we are waiting for the clock to resume. We are standing by to hear confirmation and see a visual of that occurrence in just a few seconds from now.
Wrap up this last bit of work.
SNA arm rotation enabled complete.
We're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
And at this point in time, the crew has locked their visors. They are nearly ready for that launch now.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window, which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count. ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
So we're going into the launch window, but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room, acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiation is verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints.
And clock is rolling. We are getting ready here for that launch. We have some preparations here. Zach wanted to jump on and say a last...
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily.
And the clock is rolling.
GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies.
Cut the clock.
3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And here we go.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to NASA Kennedy Space Center, where we are counting down now 9 minutes, 13 seconds, and counting till launch of Artemis 2. And we want to take a very, very quick moment while Magnus runs around getting us ready for final launch sequence. And I want to take you a moment, wherever you are in this world, to pause. This is more than a launch. This is more than human history. Tonight we stand on the edge of something bigger than ourselves. Tonight humanity once again reaches beyond our home planet. As we prepare to once again leave Earth, we also remember those who came before us. We honor the crews of Apollo 1, Challenger, and Columbia, who gave their lives in the pursuit of discovery, exploration, and adventure. Their courage and sacrifice will never be forgotten. Throughout history of space exploration, pivotal moments have been marked by faith, reflection, and humility, from quiet prayers and mission control to deeply personal acts of worship beyond Earth, including private communion on the lunar surface. These moments of reflection remind astronauts, engineers, and all of us that no matter how far we travel, there is something greater than ourselves. No matter where you're watching from tonight, no matter your background, your culture, or your belief, I invite you to take a moment here and pause as we're in terminal count. Whether you pray to a God, speak to a creator, reflect in silence, meditate, or hold a moment in your own way, this moment is for you to mark this moment in history. For those who would like to join in a prayer, I'll offer a very quick, short Christian prayer for this mission, this crew, and for humanity as we prepare to journey beyond our home planet. Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight with humility and awe, standing once again at the edge of our planet Earth, reminded of how small we are and how vast your creation is. Humanity reaches beyond our planet. Once again, we ask for your protection and your guidance over this Artemis 2 mission. We lift up Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. Grant them safety, clarity, strength, and peace in every moment of this mission as they journey beyond your beautiful creation of Earth. Surround them with your protection and bring them home safely to their families, loved ones, and all of humanity. We pray for the Space Launch System rocket and the Orion spacecraft, over every bolt, every system, and every line of code, that it may perform as designed safely and successfully. We lift up every person behind this mission, the engineers, the technicians, the launch controllers, and the mission control teams, and every individual who has poured their time, talent, and passion into this moment. Lord, let this mission inspire the next generations of explorers. May young hearts around the world look to the moon and be filled with wonder, courage, and purpose, knowing once again we can go there. Lord, may this mission be more than a technological advancement. May Artemis 2 serve as a reminder that humanity can accomplish together across nations and across differences when we are united in purpose. As we reach beyond our planet, may we also find a renewed sense of peace within it. As we take steps towards becoming a multiplanetary people, may we do so with humility, responsibility, and care for one another, remembering that exploration is not just about how far we go, but how far we go together. May this mission lay a strong foundation for humanity's future beyond Earth, one marked by cooperation, stewardship, and hope. We thank you for the privilege of witnessing this moment in history and allowing us to play a small part in this ongoing story you set in motion long ago. We place this mission, this crew, and our shared future in your hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you for taking that time with me. However you reflect, believe, or hope, this mission belongs to all of humanity, because tonight this isn't just about a rocket. It's about people, it's about purpose, and it's about what we can achieve united together. We are now literally 5 minutes, 38 seconds away from the launch of humanity's return to deep space. 4 astronauts, 1 mission, a path that will take us around the moon and prepare us to go further. Let's turn up the mission control nets, turn it over to NASA and our live cameras, and take in these next few minutes together as we count down to the launch of Artemis 2, humanity's return to deep space. Go Artemis 2. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to NASA Kennedy Spacer. 2 minutes, 17 seconds, and counting. We are counting down to the launch of Artemis 2 and humanity's return to the moon. If you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream, get people here. We are about to rewrite the history books for the first time in 52 years. We are about to go back to the moon. We are less than 2 minutes and counting till launch. It is an honor to be here. T-minus 1 minute, 45 seconds and counting on the press site clock, which is linked to launch control. T-minus 1 minute, 25 seconds and counting. T-minus 1 minute, 15 seconds. T-minus 60, 59. We are less than a minute to launch to the moon. T-minus 50 seconds. T-minus 40 seconds. T-minus 35 seconds. T-minus 26 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. SRB ignition and liftoff of Artemis 2. We rise. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Oh, my. Standing by for SRB separation. Incredible track by Magnus. Oh my. T plus 2 minutes into flight. No. And we have SRB separation. The core stage now powering under 4 RS-25 engines, continuing to carry Orion to low Earth orbit. T plus 3 minutes into flight. Artemis 2 has launched. Cheers ringing out across the Space Coast. We have the fairing jettison around Orion, the clamshell. Means the launch escape system has been ejected as well. April 1st, 2026. I'm cutting to NASA. We have a live feed from on board.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
Incredible views from across the Space Coast.
And Houston has you loud and
clear. There's a live shot, I believe, from the
WB-57.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
Coming back to our tracking.
Time of MECO.
T plus 5 minutes into flight. Another onboard shot.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed
Wiseman
confirms he can pass
power the
visuals
core
of
stage.
his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control
ICPS
software
and
finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
Beautiful view from on board.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed
T+6
to
minutes
carry
on the real world
to
clock, 5.5 on
cutoff
NASA's
target.
feed.
Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Integrity, good. NEDS deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is Ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone. In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
So
13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis 2 mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis 2 is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis 2 lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one, too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. We've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. How does that make you feel as someone who, is an astronaut as well, but also, as you said, friends?
Yeah, so proud of them. Man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. They are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything. But so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these milestones that we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome in the Artemis generation.
Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, we saw some beautiful shots we were covering of course, the rocket, of course, the Earth falling away as we continued up into our ascents, but also some of those crowd shots where we saw young and old, just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And yeah, you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space, and I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are like, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, and it kind of surprised me as well. But it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us to the moon.
And so we can continue to watch Christina, Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with Mission Control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, cross tie is on board per the ETSI dam.
We copy Houston. Thank you.
Cross-tie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through Ascent of the Artemis 2 mission today. Right now we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering tail to sun. It is in this orientation, this attitude.
Integrity anywhere until that momentary prop caution.
And read no action, we're looking at it.
Commander Reed Wiseman verifying what is being routed to his displays aboard integrity. Propulsion engineer confirming that no action is needed at this time. They're pressing through with their nominal procedures to prepare for the perigee raise maneuver. And of course the solar array wing deploy ahead of that. The solar wing deploy is a critical milestone. We'll continue to have our coverage follow the mission until that deployment. A successful launch is just the beginning. The deployment of the solar arrays and successful confirmation that those solar array wings are drawing power is a significant milestone and says to the flight control teams that we will continue on today's mission. Power needs to be drawn to continue through some of the next milestones. Until then, the AO is the current option, and abort to orbit option ATO will be switched to a preferred mode at the time that the solar array wings are deployed and latched. It gives the flight control teams a little bit more flexibility.
Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
All right, Stan, we copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Read back of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth network. Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun. The RL-10 nozzle on the end of the ICPS is pointed towards the sun, and the solar array deployment sequence has begun. With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission.
All right. Good to be back with you guys here today. Wow. I don't have words for what we just experienced. That was absolutely incredible. I do hope that some of our shots were okay. Again, we were kind of rushed there in the last segment there to make sure we got something, and I'm can't wait to see what we got. But man, that was incredible. Hopefully you guys enjoyed a lot of things. A lot of things just happened in the moment there. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I hope you guys enjoyed, and yeah. I see some people are talking about our camera angles. Again, a lot of things happened during launch. I'm going to review what is going on. and we'll see what y'all are talking about. Give me one moment. I need to try to figure out what the... Okay, I noticed the issue, and I do apologize for that. We had a little bit of a situation where we don't have as many people running the broadcast, so we kind of had to jerry-rig it there in the end. Again, we're using a new system, and again, I hope you at least were able to enjoy some of it. And we tried. Again, that's why we're here. We're here to learn. This is an entirely new setup. We did get some tracking views from the telescope, which I'm very happy with, and we tried. Like I said, we do apologize for missing parts of the launch. That wasn't the intention. We're doing the very best we can here in order to give you feed. Times go very quickly. I was controlling the tracking rig, and unfortunately, with the black magic, we weren't able to see. We had that feed there, and it must have switched during that launch, so that's why we missed that. We were originally supposed to go from a feed showing the countdown clock and the launch pad, and then transition over to that wide-angle shot where you're supposed to see it fly over the Kennedy Space Center, and then go to the tracking thing. So we tried. Again, this isn't easy, and yeah. So, if there are any more questions, comments, or concerns, I'm more than happy to answer them. And yeah. And as always, the good thing about the internet nowadays is there's always going to be replays here and there, and we'll see if we can get something of that onto the stream as soon as possible to make up for it. I have to see what we can do here. All right. With that, I'm going to take I'm waiting to see if we get Zach back here, and we'll transition over to the NASA feed, and we'll wrap up after that. Again, I want to thank you all for still sticking with us, as much as we wanted to, and we did our best, and that's where we're out here. I know sometimes things don't work exactly as intended here on launch day, and that's okay. I know it sucks, it hurts, but ultimately that's how it goes. I mean, launch photography isn't easy, and we try. At least we'll try to make up for it. We'll have those. We'll have the Orion tracker up as soon as possible, so you'll be able to track Orion on its 10-day mission to the moon, and we're anticipating a good flight here. I still think it's amazing that we are sending 4 astronauts to the moon, and this was the first time NASA launched. That was still an incredible experience, and I hope you guys still will eventually stick with us here again. Zach is at Fox 35, so that leaves me here with you guys here in the last few minutes of this broadcast, and we'll see what happens after that. If I can pull up that stream, I will. Let me see if we can. One of our macros was not correctly keyed, so it switched to the timer, the countdown clock, the wrong camera. Very last, yeah. People asking about the refractor in the background. That was what we used for the tracking shots that you saw today, which, looking to review, they seem to at least go. They were a little bit delayed, but they seem to have done pretty well. They were shot in red raw, so that's why they're a little bit grayed out, but they were shot in 4K 120. So we should be able to, even though it's a little bit washed out, we should be able to edit those and pick individual frames there. So we'll have a lot of photos that we can get out of there. So that's at least a good sign. We got a couple of things on the Z9, so a couple stills, and I know that all of our rocket chasers out here are going to be doing their best here to get out some footage. Looking forward to see what everyone has to do with remotes when they are recovered tomorrow, and we'll have some good photos out and hopefully some good video out in afterwards. And with that, I'm going to switch over to the NASA broadcast where they will keep you guys updated on the SLS mission.
We have a successful deployment and launched of all 4 solar array wings. This is the configuration needed to commit to the perigee raise maneuver. Of course, flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston will continue to evaluate that everything is good before committing to that burn. The perigee raise maneuver does raise the perigee, the lowest point in the orbit, from 15 to 100 nautical miles. The 100 nautical mile mark is needed to continue in low Earth orbit and hit the target for the apogee raise burn. That will put them in a high Earth orbit for the remainder of the day and set them up for the right position to execute the translunar injection and head to the moon tomorrow. The burn duration of the perigee raise maneuver is 26 seconds. A relatively short burn, but it does raise the perigee and do the job to get into the correct position before firing that main engine on the ICPS. The pad had a TGERS handover. This is the tracking and data relay satellites. East to west, they are geosynchronous satellites that are positioned around the globe. And as Orion makes its way around the Earth right now, above the west coast of Africa, at an altitude of about 923 statute miles, and counting. The perigee raise maneuver is not executed at the perigee. It is rather executed on the actually closer to the apogee. But what it does is it raises the perigee on the other end of the orbit to 100 nautical miles. The 26-second duration burn does not conflict with the time that they've reported of the tracking and data relay satellite handover from TGERS east to west. Again, geosynchronous satellites that are used not only by Integrity today, but the International Space Station as well. That time of handover is 51 minutes, 26 seconds. Plenty of margin before the perigee raise maneuver cutoff happens, and the trajectory is analyzed to see whether it was a good burn. A good burn means that the burn was performed as expected and sets the trajectory on course for that 100 nautical mile perigee target mark. Again, for those sticking with us on NASA Plus and following along on our coverage, we will continue to follow and to cover the mission until actually, we'll continue to cover the mission 24/7. But we'll wrap up our coverage here shortly. And now that solar array wing deployment has occurred on NASA Plus and Amazon Prime. Again, we will continue coverage 24/7 at the NASA YouTube channel. For those that want to see all of the upcoming milestones, there are select times where we will be coming back to NASA Plus and other streaming platforms. You can go to nasa.gov to find the latest on when to find those activities. Given that this is an operational mission, we do want to make sure that we are maintaining transparency in the mission and providing you all the information on what's happening in space as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen head on their mission around the moon. Inside integrity at this time. Again, the solar array wings have deployed. The integrity is maneuvering to its burn attitude ahead of the execution of the perigee raise maneuver. Overseeing these steps is primarily done by Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen focusing on some of the system activation inside of Orion, namely the environmental and control and life support systems. The activation and checkout of some of these critical systems are very important to continuing on the mission, making sure that those systems are in a good condition and in a reliable condition to provide the necessary environmental and control needs of the crew, with humans on board through the duration of the mission that extends 10 flight days. Standing by for an update to the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition. Should be read up to the crew very shortly.
Integrity Houston, updated PRM numbers when you're ready to copy.
All right, Houston, we are ready to copy.
TIG is 2 seconds earlier at 4 minutes, 48 seconds. TIGO unchanged at 26 seconds.
49, 48, TIGO 26.
This is Mission Control Houston. With that update, we are approaching a little more than 13 minutes from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. That time updated to be 2 seconds earlier was 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. We'll now move to 49 minutes, 48 seconds. The duration of the burn, that's what was referred to as the TGO, will still remain at 26 seconds. Relatively short duration burn, again, just raises the perigee of the orbit today. Making sure they hit the mark on that time of ignition is the primary concern of Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen inside activating those environmental control and life support systems. At this time, all 4 crew members are wearing the launch and entry suits.
Integrity Houston, for Optimus on the PCD, we have time update instructions when you're ready.
And Houston, Integrity, we copy. Hands are pretty busy at this time. I think we will call you back when we're ready for that.
All right, that one is not urgent. 2 minutes to maneuver to PRM attitude.
We are watching and concurred. 90 seconds-ish, maybe.
Pilot Victor Glover confirming that maneuver less than 2 minutes. Again, that the point of that maneuver is to point the main engine of the ICPS, the RL-10 engine, in the proper orientation to execute that 26-second burn. It needs to point in the correct position to achieve the goal of raising the perigee to 100 nautical miles. You heard some of the environmental control system activations over Orion to Earth. Jeremy Hansen activated the O2 sensors. They'll be measuring the cabin of Orion. During all of the activations, here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is doing a poll with all flight controllers in the room to see if we are in a go position to go ahead and execute the perigee raise maneuver. Once concluded, Stan Love will report it back up to the crew, and we'll stand by for that.
Integrity Houston, MCC polls go for PRM pending attitude and saws.
Okay, we copy. MCC is go. Maneuver starting.
Minutes of mission elapsed time. The maneuver to the burn attitude has begun. The maneuver also is paired with reorientation of the solar array wings that have been deployed. They will have various positions throughout the duration of the flight. Of course, solar array is meant to maximize the draw of power from the sun. So when deployed, we're in a biased solar array wing configuration that was called solar normal. This allows for the greatest surface area of the solar array wings to be drawing power and powering up those batteries of Integrity, of which a cross-tie was enabled between the 4 batteries, the 4 battery buses that are inside of Orion. However, for the perigee raise maneuver, the solar array wings will be put into a position to take on the loads imparted by the ICPS main engine when they execute the 26-second burn. You can see in the animation here, the solar array wings are in motion, and the attitude is being reconfigured to point the engine in the correct direction, those solar array wings being pointed forward. You're getting a live look inside the Artemis 2 mission flight control room. The team you see here oversaw the ascent of our 4 astronauts inside Integrity, launching at 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Now, again, this room will be occupied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with flight controllers shifting on 3 shifts to oversee 24/7 operations of Artemis 2 while in flight. We will cover that live on the NASA YouTube channel, and we'll be covering that around the clock as we begin to wrap up our coverage here on NASA Plus. Before I do want to send it over to our colleagues at the Kennedy Space Center. And to my colleagues, it was a pleasure to join the teams at the Kennedy Space Center and be a part of such a historic launch. Here in Houston, again, we're turning our attention to the mission. And for now, we'll say farewell and thank you to our colleagues there for today's launch coverage. We'll see you again soon for Splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, sending it back over to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Thank you, Gary. And yes, it was such a pleasure to be a part of this historic mission that started right here at Kennedy Space Center. It was such an amazing sight to be a part of. And now, as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey, we here at the Kennedy Space Center are about to wrap our broadcasts. We'll, of course, though, have 24/7 coverage with our colleagues at Johnson Space Center starting at
All right. Good to be back with you guys. We've debriefed a little bit of the situation that occurred not too long ago in regards to launch and everything. And we found out the root cause. There was nothing really we could do there on our end. Fortunately, there was a macro in the Blackmagic that once pressed activated a sequence of events that led to us losing that feed there. We did what we could there, and yeah. Let me see which one. There we go. I understand the concern about not having. I understand the concern about new tech before launch and all that stuff. But unfortunately, in order to actually have a chance of producing this broadcast, we needed to change our equipment since our current equipment was incapable of running the broadcast. I know this is a situation where people are probably not going to be super happy, and we understand, and we'll do everything in our power to make up to it and be back. And I noticed this camera's out of focus, yeah, so I'll have to adjust that. But again, we're here. We understand, and I understand everyone's concern, and we'll do our best to make up for it, and we tried there. And I still really appreciate everybody taking the time to show up, taking their time to choose and watch us. It means a lot. It means a lot to us. We did do a lot of testing. Everything was flawless, but there are sometimes small technical hiccups we can't do much about. It was an unfortunate event, but we're working on it. Being a one-man team here while I wait for my colleague Zach, that means I have to go and adjust focus and stuff like that. Okay, this should be a tad bit better here. We'll sit here for a little while here while NASA wraps up their broadcast. I'll sit here, answer some questions, and I'll do what I can in order to make the continuing of the launch evening as good as possible here on the launch pad. As you know, we did have quite an extensive setup. Not usually what we usually have, but it's always worth a try to keep pushing forward, and sometimes that doesn't always go as 100% as planned. Just trying to catch up on some messages and letting y'all know that I do hear the concerns. We do hear all the things, and everything's being taken into consideration for the next one, whenever that is. And yeah, there's a chance. I mean, we had a GoPro here just get knocked down during the launch, since we had to run and activate our cameras right before the launch, and yeah. So I'm going to see if there's any way we can pull up a replay and try to figure that out. We again, as I said, running this we're not running this off of a computer, and there comes Zach, and I'm going to let Zach take over here, and yeah. It was good. Again, it was an honor being with you guys. I think we're getting close to the end of our live broadcast here. And it was unfortunate that things went the way they did, but we'll be back, and we'll be back stronger. And I'm going to hand it over to Zach.
You got to lie? Hello. Sorry. I was running and had a bunch of places I had to get to. Wow, what an incredible night here on the Space Coast. We have a crew heading to the moon, and truly absolutely incredible. We are at, what are we at? 51 minutes, 30 seconds and counting until liftoff here tonight. And it was an incredible evening here for launch, and so grateful for all of you joining us here live. We are going to wrap up from here at the press site as we get ready for a NASA briefing with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. We're expecting that in the next hour or two. And then our Orion 24/7 coverage will kick off later this evening as we follow Artemis 2's crew on their mission around the moon. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that subscribe button so you never miss a latest launch coverage or the full Artemis 2 mission coverage. It has been an incredible evening here. Thank you so much to Magnus for pulling out all the stops in the production and making this possible. The shots that he captured this evening are truly incredible. We'll be getting those up as individual videos as soon as we can, so make sure you stay tuned for those. If you haven't yet, join us over on the TOP Discord. That's where our community hangs out in between streams as well. And yeah, lots more to come with Artemis 2. A huge thank you to NASA PAO for allowing us to be here at the press site for this historic launch. April 1st, 2026, we rewrote the history books. We can no longer say we haven't launched a crew to the moon. We got a lot to go until we get to TLI tomorrow, but we do have a moon vehicle with a crew in orbit, and they are preparing to complete their first orbit, and then they will go into that highly elliptical orbit to do the approach approach test, the proximity test with the ICPS, and do their TLI burn as well. But for now, from the NASA Kennedy Space Center press site, my name's Zach on behalf of the entire TLP crew. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next time because space is better together. Good night and go Artemis 2.